Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, June the 5th. My name is Barry Anderson, a moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me. See my screen, that'll help. Yes, yes, yes. Good, good, guys. Okay, and first day of the test drive, guys. First day of the test drive, and there's still time to sign up for it if you do want to. I'll put the link in right now. I'll talk about the test drive and how you can sign up for it a little bit later, but I will put the link in right now. There is still time to sign up for it. And where are you? Give me a moment. Morning, YouTubers. Okay, guys, so let's take a look what's happening in the pre-market right now. This is sort of an interesting one. This DAWN. I wish I had paid a little more attention to it. Was shortable for me or it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Don't want to do it now, but lots of shorts, 851,000 shares. Of note, though, they had some news this morning, and is it phase one mid-stage data? So mid-stage data, but more importantly, there's a bunch of analysts that are just piling in on this one and putting some pretty lofty price targets on it. I see Wedbush has a $38 price target, Needham has a 40, and Wainwright has a $50 price target on them. So again, we know that doesn't necessarily mean anything is going to happen today or ever, or get close to those targets, but it is interesting. We've got about at least three analysts who are all over this one, DAWN. And as Real pointed out, big news over the weekend, I guess Sunday, Saudis decided to drop about a million barrels a day. So this is XLE. This is the ETF, major ETF for energy. And this is popping. When we look at the sectors in about, I don't know, 10 minutes from now, I'm sure we're going to see that virtually every single oil stock is above Friday's close. And maybe starting to approach. Well, actually, here it is. There's the 200-day moving average, that big blue line on the daily chart. So starting to approach it. We had two good days, and now a follow-up, a third day. What else is happening? This probably is the most promotional press release I've seen in a while, and I've seen a lot of them. FRZA, Forza. So shares are up 80% after the company tweeted Friday, get ready for something extraordinary. Stay tuned. I mean, seriously, guys, that is probably one of the most promotional press releases I've seen in a long, 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 long time. So I'm getting ready. They're a boat builder. They're one of these. It's an e-play or an e-play. It's a EV play, fully electric boats. So that's a heck of a tease. And so far, and also, of course, 1.8 million in the float, so very, very low float. So I guess we just got to wait to see what this tweet is going to be. Now, CJET, this is so the business combination, very strange. I mean, JWAC now has become CJET. It almost looked like JWAC is going to fold, but no, I guess they went ahead with the merger. So CJET is now trading. Again, it was JWAC on Friday, and they effected the business merger. So now it is now CJET. Timber, another one of these crazy. I had to look this one up. This acronym, no, not timber, but timber is up because of CARC waiver, which some kind of a claim adjustment, something or other. I can't remember what the RNC stand for, but claim adjustment. So anyway, that was timber, and it's holding. Another low float, 2.9 million in the float. So it is holding right at the 200-day moving average. Also 281. So it's right at the 200-day moving average. Oops, what happened to my Pack W guys? So it was really moved. A lot of these moved on Friday, and if you take a look at KRE, these regional banks, a lot of these regional banks moved on Friday. You can see Pack W. You see the little green candle on the daily chart, and a lot of them are going to look like that. These regional banks. Let's take a look at KRE, Regional Bank ETF. And yeah, this is still, I mean, I had a great run on Friday, holding. Again, if you're unfamiliar with our charts, that mauve area here on the 15-minute chart, that's the after hours action on Friday. And the tan area is the pre-market. By the way, for the test drive, I am sharing a couple of layouts. One is a dock layout and the other is a free floating. They're both the same. Just one is free floating and one is dock. I'll get into that a little bit later, but this is what it's going to look like, okay, for the test drive for a while anyway. You'll have a Brokerage Plus. You'll have our AI. One scan, the momentum up. We have three charts, the SPY, KRE. Sorry, yeah, we have a 15-minute chart and a daily chart. With the new build, you have these little picture-in-picture that you can put in of different time frames. EVAX. This is probably, I was looking for a short on this one, EVAX, EVAX. EVAX, no shorts available, Interactive Brokers. This is up on phase one news. So typically you'll see these things fade, but through the 200-day moving average, through the 200-day, 188. Here's another one that has some lofty price targets put on it. GTHX, GTHX, GTHX. This is a gap up, positive data. Wainwright's put an $11. Needham has put an $18 price target on this one. Now, if you're new, now you notice I've got this pre-market scan layout. Now you can see a reasonable facsimile of this. If you click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, and then if you click on pre-market, you have to scroll down a little bit where it says show more, click on show more, and then pre-market. Actually, pre-market might be up here. There, I'm sorry. So you didn't have to do that. So you didn't have to go to the show more. Just click on the pre-market and you can basically follow along. This is a pre-market channel, okay? And it's got most of the same things that I've got here. This is just a way. Once you get used to using trade ideas, a lot of times what you'll do is you'll customize what you want to see. But we have a lot of channels, all theme based, but you can follow along on the pre-market channel. This is a buyout, guys. This is we're not talking about it really. CIR is a buyout. So here are the links to the layouts. I'll give you the links right now. Now, let me explain this. Okay, so I put in two links. The second one is a test drive dock layout, and the other one is test drive layout. That's the free floating. So what do I mean by that? See right here, these are all what we call docked. You can put alert windows. You can put virtually anything you want into what we call a dock. Excuse me, a dock window, so you can move everything around. So this is kind of like that, okay? Or the free floating version, in which case you just have the windows free floating around. Okay. Now, if you're using our web-based version, you must use the test drive layout. Don't use the dock. Okay. You don't have access to docks in the web-based version. And I mean, you don't have to use docks. It's just a nice way of organizing things all in one in a window if you want. Okay. Okay, what else was happening here, guys? CWBR, CWBR, CWBR. This one is gapped up. Phase one data. Now that is shortable for me. That is shortable for me. So, my bias is always with these bios that release phase one data. Have that big excitement in the pre-market, and then many times they just fade. Now it's already faded from 370 down to 334. Now remember, if you have a layout already up and running, before you click on any of the layout that I'm sharing, either one of them, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. Should have mentioned that first. And net. We'll mention net, and yeah, the only news I could find on this one anyway, is that USB, UBS, sorry, UBS has put a initiating coverage, but with a sell coverage with a sell target of 55. Okay, that is for net. So that has hit this one definitely. I'm going to put the two links for the test drive in our YouTube room also. Well, again, don't ask me which one to use. I mean, other than if you are on the web, if you're using our service and you're on the web-based version, you cannot use the dock version, okay? The dock layout, you cannot. If you're on a PC, you can have your choice. Don't ask me which one is better. There's no answer to that. It's just preference. I happen to like docks, I like to see things moving around like that. But a lot of people don't care, and it's fine. You just have free floating windows like this. In other words, if you loaded the other one that's not docked, all these windows you see here would just be free floating. They'll all appear, they should appear in the same area, but they'll just be free floating. Right? My voice is breaking up a bit. Is it still breaking up a bit? Let's do a little sound check. Yeah, you'll have nothing in it yet because the market hasn't opened yet. Okay. This is all, nothing has happened yet. So this momentum up scan, nothing's in it yet because it won't start until 9:30. Okay. Neither you will not see any AI alerts until minimum 9:35. And this one here is our simulator. So where you can practice trading. So there's nothing wrong. It's just nothing is, but if you wanted to follow along pre-market, you can go to our pre-market channel. That's what I was saying. If you click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, click on dock channel bar, and then where it says pre-market. Okay. That's what you can use for the pre-market. Once the market opens, you shut that channel down, and you can have, and my layout then you will start to see at 9:30, you will start to see data. Okay. All right, guys, 9:14. Let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Wow, we have very few of either. So let me get them in. If there's anything interesting on the upgrade side, see if Goldman's doing anything. I don't see anything from Goldman. At ETRN, guys, that should probably be pretty active with oil prices. And again, we don't have very many downgrades. Target has been downgraded. All right, let me get them into the room now. Okay, now I want to see what is now the market's really just kind of flat right now. Okay, there's not a big pop in the SPY, a drop in the SPY. So let's take a look. What I'm going to do now, click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar again. Now we're going to look at the major sectors. I click on the show more, scroll down, click on the show more, and then scroll down until I see sector status. There we go. All right. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, and as predicted, XLE is the major ETF for energy, and wasn't a hard prediction at all with oil prices moving higher. So what you're seeing here, when you see 100% in green, that means that every single stock that makes up XLE, all these stocks here, they're 100% of them are above Friday's close. Okay, that's what that 100% means. And so when you look at the different sectors, really obviously, I mean, energy right now is well, it's the one to follow. Okay, just because of what's happening, the Saudis. I don't know when it takes effect, but they're going to drop production by another million barrels. But what I'm interested in now is to see where are these sectors with regard to their 200-day moving average. So, excuse me, put this one up before. So you recall that XLE, the energy sector, dropped down below the 200-day moving average early May, and it's remained there. It's had a couple of strong days, and I'm sure today will be strong too. That blue line that you see right here is the 200-day moving average. So why the 200-day moving average? It's probably the most widely followed indicator, universally followed indicator. Okay, and just very simply, underneath bad, over good. Okay. I mean, it's a very simple explanation. Underneath weak, over strong. So let's take a look at retail. Retail, of course, has been beaten up, but was coming back on, yeah, look at this. So I had a nice day on Friday, still below the 200-day moving average. Consumer staples, XLP, that'll be below also. Friday with that huge day on the market. So Friday, it poked its head above the 200-day moving average. It's sitting right on it. Healthcare, XLV. Again, these are the major sectors. XLV, another one approaching the 200-day moving average. 3 great days. Industrials, XLI. Okay, so on Thursday, it broke above the 200-day, and Friday had a very nice day. So it has now cleared that 200-day moving average. Financials are still going to be below, but you know, it'll be a big day, guys, when financials pop above the 200-day moving average. I think that'll be a big day in the market. Consumer discretionary, which is the one that always surprises me, way above it, way above it. Materials, XLB. Wow, so we're getting a lot of these because of the big day we had on Friday in the market. A lot of these the major sectors are now either, they're definitely approaching that 200-day or have popped above it. And of course, our two stars, XLC Communications, gonna be way above it. Look at that, way above it, and moving still further away from that 200-day. And of course, technology, XLK. And you'll notice that the trade of the week is ARK, ARKK, Kathy Wood. And well, maybe, oops, ARKK, ARKK. And you can kind of see now, this is the picture in picture. Okay. This is what the new charts. Okay. So you get a little, you don't have to have it, but this is probably good if you have not a lot of space. Perhaps you're just using one monitor. Okay, so it gives you a little snapshot. You can pick the time frame you want. So what I've got here, this is a 15-minute chart. I've got a little 5-minute time frame right here. This is a daily chart. I've got a weekly chart right there. Okay, and this is a little clock right there allows you to pick whatever time frame you want. Well, monthly, weekly, daily, 60, 30, 15, 10, 5, 3, 2, 1. Okay, now you don't have to. You just have to. If you don't want it, you just click on the left arrow and it'll disappear. I'm going to show it for a while anyway. I'm using the layout. I'm going to delete this. Once the market starts. But the layout I'm using is this. And that's the layout I'm sharing. You can have your choice of either the docked version, which will look kind of like this. Which you can move. Which you can move. Basically, you put whatever you want into I guess we'll call a container. You can move it around, or the free floating version, which means that the individual scans, charts, etc., are just kind of free floating around. You have your choice, but they're both the same. They're both the same. They're both displaying the same information. See if this works. Yes. Okay. So that works. So I just put it there. There's the dock layout. Okay. Now again, make sure if you have a layout already up and running. Okay. Make sure for before you do anything else, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Okay. Make sure you save your layout. A minute, please. Which is the dock layout? The one that's okay, the one that says test drive dock layout? Can you not see that? One that says test drive layout, and then underneath it says test drive dock layout. All right, guys, see if anything is sneaking in here. Now, typically during the test drive, usually the first couple of days, but we'll see. We have a lot of other support. It's not just myself, of course. So we have a lot of other support. Depends on the type of questions I get. I may not be able to trade very much, but that's okay. And I better manage people's expectations here. If you're in this test drive, you've got 10 trading days. Don't expect to be an expert of trade ideas after 10 trading days. Okay. But it should give you a pretty good idea about what the capabilities of the program is. And there's still time to sign up. You'll have the balance of today plus of course 9 trading days. And you can sign up tomorrow. You can sign up actually all the way to the end of the week. You just won't get the full 10 days. That's all. Well, that Dawn would have been an awesome short. Wow. So this is, it's got to be an interesting one. I mean, you've got all these brokerages that are putting these big price targets on this one. anywhere from 38 to $50. Yeah. And that's three of them that I can find. FRZA. Well, I'm waiting. We're all waiting. Well, I know we're all waiting, but for this stupendous announcement that's coming out. Oh, it is over the VWAP. 287 is the VWAP for FRZA. Now, if you're new to trading, if you're brand new to trading and all this is like, you can't understand what the heck is going on, never mind what trade ideas is all about. But if you're brand new to trading, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a little course that you can take, a free course. There's a lot of information on my homepage link. Okay. My homepage is right there. And here's a way you can take a subscription and all that. But what I was going to suggest is that if you're new to trading, this could look very bewildering. So, Trading 101, it's a course that one of the traders at Trade Ideas, Michael Noss, put this one together. And it starts off with, I think there are about 30 odd videos. Starts off with what is a stock? I mean, you don't have to start off right there, but this is a pretty in-depth course. Okay. So if you're new to trading, Trade Ideas, remember what we are, we're a scanner. This is not going to teach you to trade so much. The program is called Trade Ideas because it generates ideas for you. The idea then is to click on the alert, check to see what's happening. If you like what you see, then you'll take the trade. If you don't, you pass. Didn't mention this BLPH. This has just got absolutely slammed here. This must be the only thing they do. Phase three. I'm sure William would as their lead asset fails in a phase three trial. I hope nobody was in this one. Look at this. I mean, this was sitting at $7. No inkling whatsoever, really. The last few days. I mean, maybe from here down to 11, down to 7. But look at this, just getting absolutely creamed here. And this is that is the BLPH. On this BVXV also, guys, why I didn't really love it is at 266 and it dropped right back down to 2. I'm not sure what the news was on this one. Trading higher after the company signed a worldwide license agreement to develop, et cetera, et cetera. By the way, this news that this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with Trade Ideas. This is Interactive Brokers news service. We do have a news tab here, and a lot of times you will see, in fact, you do see that right there. You see the headline. We got 1 minute. Okay, guys. Yeah, we have less than 1 minute. For the market to open. I'll shut this down. Now, when I do trade, typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. But let's have a great start to this test drive and to the trading week, guys. And this race should start. There we go. So the race is starting. So the person who asked about why no data, here's your data coming in. Okay. We have a halt now, guys. Timber just got halted on the way up. TIMBR just got halted on the way up. One moment, guys. Just have to make one adjustment to one of my other scans. There we go. Okay, so do you have a green, can you see in your toolbar, are you using the web-based version or are you using the downloadable app? Yeah, so there's probably the reason. Okay, you have a green ball. If you can sort of see my toolbar, I'll expand it a bit. You have a green ball, like a big green ball, that means you're connected. Okay, more than likely than as Prakash says, I know it's a little confusing sometimes, but you do have to fill out the data agreements, in other words, accept NASDAQ, New York, and all that. You do have to sign those, and it's possible that you didn't do it. So what I'm gonna do is send you to our accounting. Okay, I can't do it for you. I'm gonna just give me a moment. Okay, well, then the other thing they'll take a look at your account then. So something's going on. If you have filled out those data agreements and you're not getting data, anybody else load my layout? You should have data coming into the momentum up. So click on the home page and then wait when the questions and answers pops up. Do the click on ask. Give them your email address that you use to sign up for the test drive, and they'll check your account to see what's happening. Okay. Okay. So okay, good. So there is data coming in. So something's happening on your side. Okay. Thanks, guys. Now that is the issue. I wasn't sure if this would, okay, you might have to do this manually then, the Brokerage Connect. Now, are you using our downloadable app or are you using the web-based version, Sarky Trader? Okay. So, well, I'm talking to Sarky Trader. So, guys, loading, excuse me, loading my link. Do you guys get the Brokerage Plus link? Not the link, but do you see the screen? Or is that something you're going to have to add yourself? Easy enough to do, but It's you had to add it, okay. Okay, so, yeah, I wasn't sure if this would come through. I did test it a couple of times, it seemed to come through, so I was hoping that it would. Okay, so in order to get this Brokerage Plus window, so what you guys are seeing then are just you're seeing the 3 charts, you're seeing, the strategy trades all, momentum up, you're seeing the biggest gainers from the open, and my single stock window. So you're missing this, I guess you have to do it individually, pretty simple, just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. Okay. Now that's only if you want to practice trading. Okay. If you don't care about practice trading, you don't have to have this Brokerage Plus window open. You notice it says simulator here. But again, if you want this Brokerage Plus window, then just click on from our toolbar, just click on new and then Brokerage Plus, and then it'll pop up. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are stocks, this momentum up scan. This is what it looks for. If I right click, and this is the same virtually for any scan, top list window, an alert window. If you right click and then click on configure and then click on summary, this is going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. Okay. So in this case, if the stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least six. It's got to be trading pretty abnormally in terms of volume. The volume is at least 300,000 share. This gives it the momentum. Okay. The last minute is 1,000% of normal in terms of volume, and 5 minutes is 400% of normal. Okay. That's why this is called a momentum scan. Okay. So every time, so and these are all real-time alerts. So VEEE at 9:36 Eastern time, it made a new intraday high of 176. Okay. Should have mentioned that. That's the trigger. So with an alert window, you have here are our filters. This is the scanning or the filtering aspect. Excuse me, the screening aspect. Okay. And then this is the alert, the real-time alert. One of many real-time alerts that we have, probably the most popular alerts though, are the new highs and the new lows. So you can see that you don't have to actually know how to construct a scan from scratch. You can have mine. I'm going to show you on my homepage where I've got a lot of my scans. And then of course, in our toolbar, we click on new and dock channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. Every one of these has scans in them. Okay, so okay, just give me one quick. When you say where can I set my scanner, what do you mean by that, Mateo? Okay, to drag directly on the chart, you have to set a strategy. Okay, surprised it's not done. So one of your strategies, you have to assign a strategy to your buy. Okay, so you'll notice this IOT, guys. I had this IOT here, IoT. Okay. Again, I may not trade very much, but I just want to explain this to somebody in our YouTube room. So, and you have to assign one of the strategies, either your own strategy or these are ones that are built in. And you notice it says on, okay, but now you have to click on Edit Trading Strategy, and you have to click on Accounts. Now, for you, accounts would have been E-Trade. I'm assuming. Okay. Okay, one of them would have been E-Trade, and then you would have to click on that. So and then you assign what I'm going to do here is I'm going to assign it to my simulated trading. So okay, now notice how the buy button. So your buy button is probably not green, is it? Probably grayed out. One of the things I don't know if you watch the Brokerage Plus video. Now I do. I also know there seemed to be some issues with E-Trade. You may have to go to support. I know Chris has used E-Trade in the past. You may have to go to our support homepage because I don't use it. But the first thing is you have to assign a strategy to your buy button. Well, Mateo, do you know how to create an alert window? Did you go through the, by the way, here are a couple of AI alerts right off the bat here, guys. A couple of AI alerts. Now, I use the AI just like a watch list, okay? I do not pile into a trade the minute I get an alert. I use it like a watch list. And when you say you want to, okay, I mean, you have to. Do you know how to create an alert window, Mateo? I mean, hopefully you went through. This is an alert window, and if I click on configure and then I type in RSI as an example, here are the things you can use for RSI. Okay, 1 minute, 2, 5, 15, 60 daily. But before you would do that, you would probably want to have a price range. You probably want to have a minimum volume. Setting up your alert window, and then if you want consecutive 5 candlesticks down, type in consecutive, and here are consecutive candles. If you wanted 5 candlesticks down, depending on the time frame you choose, let's just say you wanted 5 minute candlesticks down, you would click on that, add the filter, and the way we go, we would put -5 as an example, okay? That will give you 5 minute candlesticks down, minimum, as an example. All right, guys. Well, Castle, obviously, we're pretty good one right off the bat from the AI, guys. Look at that, 1350 on the alert, 1207 right now. This is on a short, and I think it's going to get halted, perhaps. Now, this Forza is the one where they've teased the heck out of us, saying there's going to be some kind of announcement. But did you hear me, Cam? You have to have a strategy. First of all, is your buy button green? Okay, that means you have assigned. Okay, if it's not working, I'm afraid I cannot help you because I mean the buy. If you're linked to E-Trade, you're convinced you are linked to E-Trade. So I would encourage you to go to our homepage, okay, and ask that question. If you are convinced that you are linked to E-Trade, okay, you followed the instructions, you've clicked on live, and the buy button is green, and you've gone through this, then because you only have one strategy. I don't know what strategy you're using. And when you edit the trading strategy and then you go to click on the configuration and then accounts, I'm assuming one of the selections has to be E-Trade for you so that you are connected. But I would go to their homepage. If you've done all that and you're still not getting an alert, not an alert, but if you're still not able to, I won't be able to help you because I don't have. Okay, so if you click, okay, you've got one strategy that you have designated as your buy strategy, right? One of them should say on. So I'm clicked on the strategies tab from Brokerage Plus, the strategies tab right here, and then one of them has to say on. That's the only way you can have a buy button that is green. And so assuming that's the case, and you right click on it, edit the trading strategy, and where it says accounts, okay, when you click on that, I'm assuming that one of the accounts will be E-Trade that you can pick from. Okay. Well, it's a heck of a start, guys. I mean, it doesn't always work this well, but it's a heck of a start for the AI with Castle on a short, and there were tons of shares available. So this had a, I remember this now on Thursday had a big down day and then a kind of pulled back up or tried to recover a little bit on Friday, but look at this. I mean, I don't know, yeah, how quickly from that, but you know what? Don't get too hung up on, you know, a lot of people look at this and go, well, okay, I couldn't get in right at 1350. I mean, I don't know what you could have got in at. Okay, it was moving pretty quick, even if it was 1330. You know, I mean, now we don't know what's going down to 11. I get it, but don't get on a lot of these. Do not get hung up on not being able to get in right at the very penny. You know, I never. No, we talk about auto trading, and I'm totally against auto trading. You know, I'll always want to click on an alert, check to see what's happening. You know, again, in this particular case, it may have moved too quickly, and there's just not a lot you can do about it. Okay, good. Yeah. Now, here's the Forza. So the alert 298. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a price alert there and see if later on, it triggers. And CJET, yeah, CJET was halted and now it's resumed. CJET. All right, we've got another. This Bolero. What a great name, Bolero. BOWL guys on the move here. The next high looking left is 1336. So see if it has a little stall and then a move from here. Okay, let's take a look at timber. You guys are talking about timber. It looks like, yeah, yeah, timber looks like it was halted, but it doesn't look like it's halted. Yeah, it's a strange on my interactive brokers. It's an Amex stock, so I don't know, but it is moving here. I see on our charts it is moving. So, you know what? I can't see any explanation though. It just says, I'm gonna get the no data to display. Try one more time. No, but this is what I see. Additional information. Amex halt at 9:30. Okay, now what you're seeing with the races here, guys. Explain what the races are all about. So this is called the biggest gainers from the open. Okay, so all races start off from what we call a top list window. So if I right click and I open the top list, and this is the race I'm sharing. Okay, so why is a stock in here? Well, if I right click on this top list window and I click on configure, it's going to tell me what it's looking for. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume's at least 200,000 shares and the price is up at least 2% from Friday's close, yesterday's close, it'll be on this list. Now, before we had races, the way in which you would use a top list is, let's just say I wanted to find the stocks that were up the most from Friday's close with all those other like the right price range and volume and all that. As long as I had it as a column header, so that C percent is changed from the close. If I double left click rapidly, this is going to tell me, okay, Forza is up 115% from Friday's close, CJET 100, et cetera, all the way down. If I want to see where they are with relation to their opening trade today, CJET is up 33% from its opening trade, etc. Maybe it's nice to know that, but how am I going to use this to trade? And that's where the races come in. So I run 4-minute races. If you're going to ask why, I really don't know. I mean, you can run a 5-minute race, a 2-minute race. It's all customizable. When the racing concept started months ago, I picked 4 minutes for my race time. That's all. So what happens is when a race starts, for instance, right here, EOSE as an example, from the open, it's up 4.3%. But what if all of a sudden, for some reason, it was now 5%, 6%, 8%, 10% moving up this list? I would never see it. I mean, unless you're really staring, but obviously that is not the way to to stare at a sort of a chart like this, a grid like this to try to find out what ones are moving. That's where the races come in. The stock when the race starts, the stock that is moving the most since the race starts, and it could be way down in the list down here, okay? Doesn't have to be one of the top ones. As long as it is the stock that is moving the most percentage-wise, you will see it as it moves up the leaderboard to be right at the top. Now you'll see this will start at 3:30. I know it's a 4-minute race. It takes about half a minute to get rolling, and now you'll start to see the stocks that are moving. And so right now, VEE, excuse me, has moved is at the top here, and it's moved 2% since the race started. That doesn't mean it's going to be at the top, for the entire race, just like any other race, another stock could supplant it. But let's click on V triple E and see what's happening. So I can see what happened here. I mean, it had a bit of a bottoming wick there and tail there. So it's obviously moved up a little bit from there. And that's why now, but look at CJET. CJET now has moved 4.3% since the race started. You can see, look at that. Look at CJET move. Okay. But what the beautiful thing about all this is, especially if you're new to trading, is that you'll notice automatically there will be a top 10 list created for you of the stocks that have won the most races. So right now, in the number one position, CJET has already won two races and it might win a third. You know, as long as it maintains its lead on the rest of the field, it'll win its third race. Timber won one race, but you'll see a top 10 list will be created, and then you can just look at CSTL. And then that gives you a great way to focus just on a few stocks for the day. Okay, the ones that have won the most races. Because a stock that may have won a race earlier on the day, maybe it doesn't win another race. Doesn't mean it's bad, but look at MVST. Now it depends on the type of trader you are. You might look at that and go, okay, maybe if it takes out the high of the day, I'll put a price alert there and maybe I'll take the trade. Maybe you're a VWAP player, if it moves down to the VWAP or a moving average. And look, if you're new to trading, that's why we have a course for you. Okay. Trading is not easy. There's a lot to trading. It's not just a matter of when we get an alert, you just pile into the trade. But you can practice using our simulator, and you may have to practice for several months before you actually start to trade live. In fact, and I'm going to emphasize this all the time. Before you start trading, you've got to practice. Okay, got to practice in a simulator, a paper trader. Well, that's one heck of a one heck of a short for Castle right there. Now it's 21%. Let me see if I can shrink this down a little bit. Because you'll notice that every alert that you get has a stop price, okay? And that is the suggested area to get out if the trade isn't working. Meanwhile, Castle just continues to big area for it to try to take out. This is a lifetime low. Okay, so Matteo, did you create an alert window to do all this? Did you create an alert window to do this? Okay. What do you have a trigger? Like you have to have a trigger in your alert window. Do you want to see stocks with those filter requirements making maybe a new high for the day or a low for the day, or what is your trigger? Talking to Matteo in our well, uh, okay, here, momentum up. Okay, if you say you made an alert window, well, you need a trigger. You need a way. Okay, I've got in this configure. This is a screening. Okay, prices between 1 and 50, current volume 6, meaning it's trading at least 6 times normal up to this point a day, 300,000 shares, etc. If all of these values are met and the stock makes a new high for today, that's my trigger. That's where I'll see a stock. If you say you made an alert window, you have to have a trigger. Now, your trigger, I mean, here are all, I mean, I don't look, I know you've been around for a while, but here are all the alerts. These are the real-time alerts, starting off with a new high and new low at the very top. Okay, did you go and take a look at how to, like, what an alert window is and how to open them, Matteo? I mean, you start off with a moment, new, and then alert window. And here's your alert window. Now now I would start from scratch to get rid of everything here. And then you start from scratch, load the settings, and now it's empty. Now is where you can now put in your different filters, maybe a price range, minimum volume. You had your RSI, all that stuff. Okay, candles down. Okay, and then you have to have a trigger, like a trigger, like what to in order to see what you're doing is you're creating an event. Okay, and you don't know what stocks are going to come through. But you should have already gone. Hopefully, by the way, anybody in this test drive, the very first thing you should do, if you haven't done it already, be a moment. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, the very first thing you should do is the getting started. Get started, okay? Now, if you've already, downloaded and you're up and running, again, you should know what an alert window is, the scan and a top list window. Import intro. If you have, that's the first thing you have to do, okay? And that'll show you how you create alert windows if you want to. I can't, and then you have to, with RSI and all the consecutive window or consecutive candles, all those things are searchable, but this gives you, like, your question was, well, how do I open an alert window? Well, you have to do a little bit of work on your own to start. I mean, I just show you how you do it, but we have a guide, and here's the getting started, and here's our user guide right here, or actually our education section. You click here, and then here's our user guide, and here, alert windows, top list windows, and the stock racing. These are the three important ones. And it'll tell you, from the toolbar, click on new and alert window, and then like steps, like after that, you have to create your own alert window, but that gets you going anyway. So when you ask, is this recorded? Well, I hate to call this a training session. Okay. I mean, this is just, you're in a trading room. Wow. What a hammering down for this CSGL. Okay. So what you have to do in order, Marcos, okay, welcome, by the way. What you have to do in order to activate, in other words, to get the buy button green and the sell button, I guess it'll be red, you have to go to your strategies tab in Brokerage Plus. You have Brokerage Plus open. Oh, you must, okay, because you're attached to the simulator. So you click on the strategy tab. Now you have to assign one long strategy to your buy button. And if you want, and you have to assign one short strategy to your sell button. And in order to do that, notice, hopefully you can see my screen here. It says mark and it says on. And what I did to do that is I checked, let me uncheck it. Okay, now it's off. Okay, so you pick what strategy you want. You can create your own, but these are obviously some default strategies. So you pick one of them and you right click and set as default chart long strategy. When I do that, now it's on. Okay, now the next step, you right click, you edit the trading strategy, and you go to accounts. You only have to do this once. Edit accounts, and more than likely it'll say none, and you just pick simulated trading default, and then you save it. And you only have to do this once. In other words, to assign the account in here and say, okay, now your buy button should be green. And you do the same thing if you want to assign one of your short strategies. I already have it done, but I haven't selected the account. See, it says none. Click on accounts, little drop down here, simulated trading default, save. Okay, so now now I actually thought that they had automated this so that you didn't have to go through all that, to be honest, in the latest beta. Again, well, I don't want to say what you're saying. You're in a trading room, okay? I don't call this a course so much. I mean, because we're in the test drive, I'm obviously going to answer a lot more questions than I normally do when when we're not in a test drive. I still answer questions even when we're not in a test drive, but there are going to be a lot of new people, and don't be shy. Ask questions. Don't get frustrated, okay? You've got this for 10 trading days. Don't expect to know everything in the first half hour. Okay. And if you want my layout, you can just ask for it. Though I guess this window here does not show up on the layout, but I'll show you how you load it if you want to practice trading. All right, guys, let's see what's happening here. See if I can. So that top is active again. TOP active again. Now I am sharing a lot of other scans, guys. Okay. And now, those of you who've been in the room for a while, this is probably my favorite scan, the 10-day daily breakout. And look at this, the 10-day daily breakdown right here. There's Castle right there. That actually a little bit later than where the AI picked it up at 1350. It got it here at 1261. If you're wondering why, because I've got some filters in here that are very tough to satisfy. And in this particular strategy, obviously the filters weren't quite as tough, but I'm sharing a lot of scans. Okay, not just the ones you see here. I do not want to overload the shared window with all sorts of different scans. So I thought what I would do is just pick, momentum scan is probably a very popular one, and the racing. But I have other scans that I am sharing, and you can find them here. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, okay, now obviously if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use to get 15% off, the Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. There's that getting started. There's the course, the Trading 101. I do a daily stock video, but I just wanted to draw your attention to the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, so here they are, and you can take a look at them. Hey, one moment, guys. I've got to contact somebody within Trade Ideas. Okay, if you save my link, guys, then of course you can have access to my scans anytime you want, and the education sector section also. And if you do take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link and then click on that promo code. All right, let's take a look at KOD now. KOD. So KOD got up to 844. And when you look left, it has room. Next high is around 855. So this obviously pulled back a little bit, 795. There's that little blue arrow you see here. This is if you on a 15-minute chart, this is just showing you where the alert happened. If I had a 5-minute chart up, you'll see, I'll just change to a 5-minute chart. There's the candle in which the alert happened. So you can see right off the bat that we had an alert there at 795, and before it pulled back, I got up to 844. If you took that trade anywhere close to 795, you've got to be able to manage the trade and take some profit. I mean, you cannot allow it to come right back down to that entry. Okay. I mean, and that's why you've got to practice trading, because something that goes from 795 all the way up to 844, that's a tremendous percentage move. I'm not saying you could have got in right at 755 and got 795 and got out right at 844, but probably. I mean, again, I was explaining things, so I didn't really see this one, but let's say you could got in at 805 and got out at 835. That's a tremendous percentage move. BS25. Are you? You're using a web-based version, right? You're using our web-based version, right? PS25. Yeah, unfortunately, races are not available on the web. Brokerage Plus and race is not available. Well, you have copied my layout. The only thing is that this is not available. I mean, if you're using a PC, you can copy my layout. You have this, but if you just want to copy my layout, okay, I can give you the link for it. But again, you will not have the biggest gainers from the open, and you won't have this brokerage plus. But I can give you a link. So you'll have the AI, you'll have momentum up, and you'll have these. You have the single stock window, and you'll have these three charts. That would be the layout that you will see if you're using our web-based version. And this is what you would use. There is no Mac version of the software, no. So what happens is, if we have a web-based version, which of course then you can use, your Mac with your Safari browser and all that. But if you're willing to use an emulation program like Parallels, or a cloud-based service like Amazon Web AWS, then you can use the app. But if you're not willing to do that, then the best you can do is the web-based version. Now, the web-based version is fine if you don't care about practicing trading, and you won't have the races, but everything else you'll have access to. We're trying to get the web-based version as close to the downloadable application as possible. That is probably number one priority this year, to get it as close to possible, so there'll be no distinction. But right now there is a distinction. Again, by the way, there is no auto trading anything. Okay, so if you're taking this test drive and you're hoping to auto trade anything, including the AI or your own strategy, there is no auto trading at all. Okay, just to let you know, no auto trading. But I don't believe in auto trading. Okay, timber must be open now, guys. Timber must be open. So hopefully that person who was stuck in it, timber just opened up. I'm seeing it's on the 10-day daily breakout now. Open your layout in one monitor. It puts it on the other monitor on top of the trading room. So, Jim, how many monitors do you have? A little confused. You have two monitors? Okay. Um, so this is what you can do. This is what I this is what I do. So I have my you can see my screen that I'm sharing. I'm assuming. So what you can do, so you can put your trading, like the trading room and all that stuff, on one monitor. Put your toolbar for trade ideas up in the upper, on the monitor that you want. You're going to designate this as your main monitor. Okay, I'll show you how. So arrange all of your trade ideas windows on what you're going to call your main monitor. Okay, and then click on tools and then options, where it says, and then click on layouts. I'll go over this again. If I'm going too quickly, I'll go over this again, and this can help other people too. Click on layouts. You see where it says loading layouts? Open relative to main window. If you check that, again, get all your trade ideas windows on one monitor, the one you want, and then on the other monitor you can put the trading room and your brokerage platform and anything else. But when you do that and save it, okay, save it. When you load trade ideas again, all the trade ideas windows should be on the monitor that you designated, and it should not cover anything. It should not cover anything else on your other monitor. I can do it again. So because I have three monitors also. Well, I have three monitors. I've here a couple of I've got a scan over here. I've got this 10-day daily breakout. This is on another monitor. So and so for those of you with multiple monitors, again, put your toolbar. Whoops! Shoot. Okay, put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of one of your monitors that you'll say designate as your main monitor. Put all your trade ideas windows exactly where you want them on your main monitor. Put the trade ideas windows where you want them on your other monitors. Okay. Once you've got them all sorted out, and then click on tools, options, tools from our toolbar, click on tools, options, and then layouts. So tools, options, and then layouts. And then that's the key. open relative to main window. Check it and then save it. And when you close down trade ideas and then open it, later on, or you close it down at the end of the trading day. And by the way, shut down trade ideas every single day. Okay. There's a lot of stuff that happens overnight and within trade ideas, and it can cause problems if you leave trade ideas running. So shut down trade ideas every evening and then open it fresh in the morning before the market, well, whenever you want to start. And again, when you do that, when you save that open relative to main layout, open relative to main layout or main window, everything will be exactly the way you want it to be. Guys, let's start looking at some of these. Some of these one that won races earlier. So there's CJET. Okay, so CJET now has pulled back. There's now again, if you don't know what the VWAP is, you're going to have to learn about trading. Of course, the VWAP is, one of the. I'm not a big indicator guy. You'll notice my charts don't have MACD and RSI and stochastics and all that stuff. And that's not to say that if you like using all those indicators, great. If you can make money doing that, fantastic. I'm not here to tell anybody to do exactly what I do, but I'm not a big indicator guy, but I do follow where the VWAP is and where the 200-day moving average is. That's about it. It's just the way I trade. So, watching CJET right there, there's the VWAP at 686. It's in that area. It's very possible that if it gets back over 712, it could have another little run in it. Possible. Because if you look at I'm on a 5-minute chart. I like to be on a 15. So, but on that 5-minute chart, you could see that there were 3 5-minute candles right at this level of 711, popping it, touching on it. Now, the other thing is, I mean, I rarely, I will look at a 5-minute chart from time to time, but I'm more of a 15-minute chart person. And yes, I'm an intraday trader. I know that sounds strange. Well, how come you're not using a 1 or a 2-minute chart? I used to many, many, many years ago, only have a 2-minute chart, but I have found that a 15-minute chart for me, for my style of trading, is the way to go for me. Now, I look at this also with the KOD, and look where the AI got out. Okay, this is why 809. Now, in my opinion, that would have been a terrible exit. You should because the stock went from 795 all the way up to 845 before it pulled all the way back down to 809. So, as I said, the minute if you get a pop in something that that's pretty cheap, and you get a big percentage move, in my opinion, you've got to take some profit. Uh, don't ask, well, should you take a third, a half, or I mean, that's where a little bit of feel comes in. Now, this could be setting up again, though. Later on in the day, it could be setting up again. My only issue with right now is that when you look left, and that's how I trade. You'll hear me say this all the time. Before I take a trade, I've got a sort of a checklist of why, excuse me, I have a checklist, and unless I can check every box, I won't take the trade. One of the major things on my checklist, because I'm more of a momentum trader, meaning I'm usually seeing stocks near the high of the day or the low of the day if I want to short, is I'm always looking left to see where the next high is. Where could it stall? Look where it stalled. Look where this one stalled. Right at 8:45, and the next high was 8:57. Pretty close. Pretty close. So I mean, that's how I trade. I'm always looking left. And if I can't see it on the daily chart, then I look at a weekly chart. In other words, when I say I can't see it, what if I look left and all of this was underneath the current price? Then I'd have to go to a weekly chart to take a look. Let's see if Forza came out with any sort of a. Well, if you were here in the pre-market, I said, you think you've seen it all, but this is maybe one of the more promotional PRs, press releases I've seen. The company tweets, get ready for something extraordinary. Stay tuned. I mean, that is about as promotional as you can get. Well, so far, I mean, it's still up 95%. Okay. Had that big, big run after hours. That's that mauve area right here. Now, where's that VWAP? 284. So it's way below the VWAP now. Guys, let's see. This was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so I could not do a short on this one, and that's the FRZA. Guys, not too many new alerts coming in for me. Well, okay, now how are the AI plays right now? So here's CXAI. So obviously I had a tremendous little run here. CXAI. Let's take a look at AI itself. In the jeopardy of breaking down through 30, but still didn't do it. Had a tremendous run. And then I think this was earnings, and it's dropped steadily since earnings. Had earnings on the 31st. And it has dropped since then. Well, the AI doesn't know. Okay, it's like asking why did timber show up in the momentum up? Because it satisfied all the filter requirements. So whatever strategy was alerted on FRZA, it satisfied all the filter requirements. That's all. You can call anything a pump and dump. You can all these little. You can call anything a pump and dump, but it doesn't know. That all it knows is it's just a strategy. All it knows is that the filter requirements are all met at 298. They don't all work. Well, let's take a look at XLE. So XLE, yeah, somebody just mentioned so much for the Saudi decrease, a million, and it's actually gone negative. Wow. So this is quite the sell-off now. I mean, it's KOD, guys. I mean, it could have another a run in it later on. Holds at 795. Had any news on it? I don't see any news on KOD. Elev bounce. Let's take a look at Elev. Boy, it got clobbered though. Wow. This has just been a disaster ever since this day here when it popped up. Well, what is the market doing? So little disconnect, not a huge one, but the NASA's up a bit, Dow's down a bit, SPY's basically flat. So not much happening really. Okay, guys, it is 10:33. So this is typically what I do. Maybe go in a little more detail at 10:30. So I put in my homepage link again, so a little more detail about what you'll find on it. Okay. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, you can do so. You can use this promo code Barry15. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Actually, before I start all this, I should say that you can still take part in the test drive. Let me put the test drive link in. Give me a moment. I think it sort of is, Sky, but I mean, you're talking 7 hours. Okay. I think we in our YouTube. So I don't know if you really want to, if it's really worth it. It's 7 hours and it's every day. Well, not every day, Monday to Friday. Okay, guys. So what I did was I put in the test drive link. Okay. And this is what you're going to see. So the test drive is on. You're in the first hour. of the test drive. You can still sign up for it, okay? You'll get the balance of today plus 9 trading days. It'll cost you $11.11. As I say, it goes obviously today and it'll inclusive to the 20th. And that'll be, so again, you get the balance of today plus 9 trading days. And when the test drive is over, it's over. And what I mean by that is there's nothing for you to do. We get the common email coming in all the time. Do you put me into a subscription? No. And there's nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. And we do not put you into a subscription. Okay. You'll be offered a nice promo code that if you do want to sign up, great. But we do not automatically put you into a subscription. We are not that type of company. Now we only do this. I mean, the last one we had was in October, and I have no idea when the next one will be. So if you think you can afford $11.11 for the balance of today plus 9 trading days, go for it. Now, the only thing I will say is if you're interested in auto trading and that's why you would want to take the test drive, then don't do it because we're not allowing any auto trading at all. Okay. So that's the test drive. It's also open if you're a standard subscriber and you want to upgrade to our premium service for the balance of today plus the 9 days. You can do so. It will cost you $11.11. And again, when it's over, we'll move you back down to standard unless you tell us not to. In a moment. Okay, back to my home page. So now if you were taking this test drive, you should have done the get started. I really hammered that point home. Download and install. There are about, there are 10 videos, about 30 minutes long total. And, you should know introduction to scans and top lists and alert windows. I mean, those are some of the basic features. Okay. You know that. If you're brand new to trading 101, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this course together. Okay, if you're brand new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at it. And again, I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it. It's free, of course. Trade of the week. Trade of the week is free. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And or if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Now, here's the big education section. Here's our user guide. Don't get overwhelmed by how much is here. You don't have to learn everything. The getting started, I've talked about, have to do that first. You want a little more in-depth information about what an alert window is, the A window, a top list window, and then the racing. If you click on the stock racing, I'm sharing 2 races, but this is deals with all aspects of stock racing. 4 videos for you, race startup, configuration. This is all clickable. There's that getting started again. Now, daily support sessions. So, and this is the way it is all the time. It's nothing new for the test drive. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. And today it should be Chris. And tomorrow it'll be Michael Noss. Michael Noss is who created the course. So we have 5 days of the week. We have 5 different traders. Good idea to go over there because they have different trading styles from me. Last on my homepage are my scans. So there is a pre-market channel. So if you come in tomorrow and you're listening to me, you can click on the pre-market channel, from you just click on new, doc channel bar, and then pre-market. Okay, pre-market. Now I don't use that. I have my own couple of top lists that I use. Been using this for years. You don't have to do the same thing, but I am sharing them. Pulse resumes. You'll hear me talk about stocks that are being halted and they resume. Okay, I don't have that displayed, but that is something I'm sharing. This Momo here is like this momentum up here. It's just displayed differently. Let me explain. Notice here in my 10-day daily breakout, I have something called DR. That stands for don't repeat. So you can see here that timber, it had an alert at 9:30 Eastern and the price was 239. On this sec over here, this is the repeating version. So every time timber made a new high, you would see it here. Here you just see it the first time. Now this is a little bit different. This is a little bit different display. The momentum up, the way I've got it organized here is that you will see a stock every time it makes a new high. You'll see it right at the top. It's just that you won't see it over and over again, like in a list like this. Okay. In other words, you won't see timber in a list every time it made a new high. But every time it makes a new high, you will see it right at the top. You'll see the time and you see the price. You can see right now in this momentum up scan, the last alert was at 10:37. So we're at 10:42 right now. So nothing has happened since then. But if timber made another new high today, you would see it here. Now, it would have to get back up over 257, but that's how this works. This is the organization of it. Now, if you would rather see timber over and over and over again as it makes a new high, then you can use this momentum scan right there. Okay? So I am sharing a lot of scans. So erase my 1040 post. Okay. Now, what is trade ideas? We are a scanner. And there is an important difference between a scanner and a screener. There are a lot of screeners out there, many screeners out there, but we are a real-time scanner. So what is the difference? Well, let's take a look again in this momentum up. If I right click and click on configure and click on summary, that's what you do in virtually every single alert window or a top list window. You want to see what it's looking for. You right click, configure, summary. It'll tell you English language what it's looking for. So this is the screening aspect. So if the stock is between one in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least six, meaning it's trading at least six times normal up to this time of day. 300,000 shares minimum have traded. And this is the momentum aspect. In the last minute, the volume is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, it's 400% of normal. Also, the stock has to be up 5% from yesterday's close. Yesterday, in this case, would be Friday. So if all of these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, that's why we see, well, you can see CIR just made a new high. Okay, at 10:42, met all these filter requirements and it made a new high for the day. So, again, a lot of screeners out there, but what we're really good at is giving you a real-time alert. Now, I'm sharing a lot of scans. And also, if you go click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock to channel bar, all of these scans are theme based. All these channels, excuse me, are theme based. I always like to show the momentum scan. If I click on show more, and you'll see there's something called momentum. I'll click on it. So these are all theme based channels, and they have changed it. Hmm. Well, how interesting is that? Give me a moment. Well, I'm going to have to ask why they made a change here because what you're supposed to see the race, but you're also supposed to see the actual alert window also. Just give me a moment here. Give me a moment, guys. I have to find out why they did that. Maybe somebody, maybe is the development build I'm on, guys. Is it possible? Oh. Wait a minute. No, no, the alert window is not here. Okay. They really kind of messed this up as far as I'm concerned. Okay. So, okay. Before what you would see is you would see this alert window and then you would see the race sort of like, yeah, I have to find out why they did this. But anyway, guys, what I wanted to show you, there's the momentum chat. I know that's a little confusing. It might be because I'm on a development build. Okay. I don't know if you guys are seeing the same thing, but this is what I was talking about. HGBL. Now this is a little bit different. They have different filters in here, but you see how HGBL is, you'll see it over and over again as it kept making a new high. If HGBL had met the filter requirements in here, you'd only see it the one time at the top. Let's take a look at HGBL and see what's happening with it. Yeah, you can see right there, HGBL on the move here. If you wanted to scan, okay, any scan that you see in any one of the channels, if you thought, I wouldn't mind seeing this scan or having it as part of my layout, all you have to do is right click and then you duplicate it into a free floating window. Basically, what that does is it takes it out of this layout. Okay, this is sort of fixed in this layout right now, and then you just duplicate it into a free floating window, and it popped up on my another monitor. And see now it's free floating. Okay. Now, if you like the scan exactly the way it is, then you right click and you save it to the cloud, save or share to cloud, and you save it. And now it's in your cloud. Now, I'll explain why that's important. Or you might like this scan, but maybe you didn't like the price range. So again, you right click configure, and you click on that summary, it's telling you what it's looking for. But maybe you wanted a different price range. Right now the price is between $1 and $50. You just click on the icon and now I'll make a change. Make it 10, excuse me, 10 and 100. When I click on summary, you see how it's changed. Okay, and then I can say okay. So all I'm really trying to show you is that you can take the scan exactly the way we've created it and then save it to your cloud, or modify it and then save it to your cloud. Now, a word about this. Right here, again, I see what it's looking for and I don't like the price range. I make a change to it, 10 and 100, or 1 and 100. Let's make it 1 and 100. So now I've made the change, but I'm still in this channel. Okay, I've made the change. If I leave this channel and I come back, that change is not saved. The reason it's not saved is that these channels are for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change to something doesn't necessarily reflect what others want. Okay, so just, but typically I think the main use is to go through the different channels and maybe start extracting scans that might look interesting to you. Okay. Now, of course, if you want to make, I'll get to your question in a minute, high tech. If you want to make your own scan, of course you can. What we're trying to do, of course, though, is we're trying to create enough scans for people and then, get sort of a template like this moment, call this a template, and then you can make adjustments, maybe even want a different, um, again, the price range, maybe a different minimum volume, things like that. But if you want to build your own scan from scratch, of course you can. So if I right click this time and click on configure and click on search, when you see these icons, these are all of the real-time alert icons, and you'll see the new high and the new low right at the top here. Okay. Now, do not get hung up on how many we've got. I mean, I'm scrolling down and I can keep scrolling down. Like we have a ton of real-time alerts. When you see these icons, these are the screening or the filter icons. And we have a lot of those too. Do not get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. In fact, if you don't ever want to create your own scan from scratch, you don't have to learn any of this. But we have enough customers that want to create their own type of scan. So when the company started 20 odd years ago, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to build a scan. So that's why they had to create enough different alerts, real-time alerts, and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. But don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Okay. How can we get the green red chart worms, highs and lows? Okay? Are you talking about on a candle? How you want to see the high and low of this candle and that one and that one? Is that what you mean? High tech, as an example? High tech, is that what you're asking? So for instance, if I click on CIR right here, CIR, and I want to see the highs and lows, you left click on the candle and then the box will pop up. Okay. This is in the what we call the HTML. These are the sort of the new charts that we've been working on for a long time that will allow a better transition, I suppose, to our web base to get all this web based as opposed to having to download an app, the application. Okay. Is that what you meant though? Otherwise, I don't know what you mean by the red chart. Are you talking about the buy and the sell? Am I on mute? Sorry. Oh, high tech, can you hear me? Oh, yeah, I'm talking to somebody in our main room, Pioneer. Oh, I know, guys. I'm talking. Thank you, YouTubers. I'm talking to somebody in our other room. Okay, so I mean, you are. Are you talking about stocks maybe that are going up versus stocks going down for the overall market, as an example? That's what you mean by it. Like, when you say the overall market, are you talking about a comparison of stocks moving higher versus stocks moving lower, as an example? Okay. Well, I can give you something called a compare count. You can so as an example, this is movers to the upside greater than 300,000, no relative volume versus movers to the downside greater than 300,000, no relative volume. Okay, so what does that mean? And you can play around with it. So if I what the compare count window does, it takes two competing strategies, basically one for the upside and one for the downside. If I click on configure, green data, red data, okay? So in this particular case, if I look at the configure, again, you can adjust this to whatever style you want, but I'm looking at prices between 50 cents and $30, 300,000 shares. The volume, the last minute is 300% of normal, etc. Okay. All I'm really trying to show you, I mean, you can adjust this. I'm just giving you maybe a template. And so the flip of this, the price was down 2% from the previous close. That's really the only thing that can be flipped. And then, of course, a new low. And this also will work in the pre-market. Okay, so what this is showing me right now, okay, and this will be a ticker coming across. But right now, 100% are green. Now, if you wanted to, and that's a compare count window, okay? If you wanted to, you could just take, the all the stocks in the SPY or something, and But you can see what happens here. This is a ticker. And right now, I mean, I just started this. So, if you started this at 9:30, this obviously this data would be a lot more relevant, but it's called a compare count window. I mean, I can give you this, and then you can go in here to the configure and make changes as you see fit, and then change the other one too. The configure on the red data, make changes as you see fit. Since we started 75. I mean, this is very, very hardly any data right now coming through. I actually have been using this one, but guess what? In fact, I was hoping um, to have this added to my homepage. This earnings plays up and down. Guess what, guy? No earnings plays today at all, meeting my filter requirements. None, as an example. But you could do things like, attach a symbol list to to the alert window of, say, energy stocks, and you could create something that shows you energy stocks moving up versus energy stocks moving down, or any sector. As long as you have to have the sector, you have to have the symbol list attached to your alert window, so it's only looking at those symbols, and then you can run a compare count on a sector. I don't think the trend. No, I don't think so. Unless Pepe tells me you can. If Pepe is listening, I don't think so though. Okay, so Sky, if you come into the room, well, actually, if you come into the room at 8 o'clock, no, no, sometimes earlier, but certainly by 8 o'clock, you can talk amongst yourselves between 8 and 9. I get on the mic at 9, and that's when we start talking about the things that have been moving in the pre-market. Okay, now you can do it yourself if you click on New and then Dock Channel Bar, and then pre-market, the pre-market channel. Okay, so we do have a pre-market channel. Now, I don't use this. I sort of constructed my own. Okay, I constructed my own, which are, well, that scanner you saw there. Are you talking about the scanner that I just showed you, or my scans, Sky? My scanner for the pre-market. Okay, so this, but you don't have. I mean, you could. The one I showed you is great, but from the channel. But this is what I use. Oh, if you click on my homepage link, give me a moment. Let me make one change here. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll be at the top here. Just scroll down until you see the scan, the scan section. This is what I use, the pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use. But you could go to the pre-market channel. I mean, it's fine to do that too. But I took I sort of customize it the way I like to see things, but that's totally up to you. Well, I guess they're recorded, but understand that there's 7 hours. Okay, Sky, there's 7 hours. I'm not sure if it's actually, I think somebody told me earlier that question was asked a couple months ago. It's possible that it's on our YouTube channel, but it's 7 hours. So I'm not sure that you're going to want to listen to 7 hours of me. No, you wouldn't. All right, guys. So let's take a look at some of the things from the AI now. So here's cargo. So not bad, guys. I mean, 2003 and 2037 now. So that alert happened. What time was that? That was at 10:35. So a little about half an hour ago. Wondering if these guys are going to come up with a big press release today. That's what they promised. Any ideas on Snap? Well, I know that if Tank were in the room, yeah, it actually pulled back a bit. Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's an awful looking 15-minute chart right now, kind of chopping up and down. Relative volume's only 0.41, meaning it's not even trading normally today in terms of volume. I mean, the high yesterday or on Friday was 1058. I don't really, I mean, it's trying to hold it's trying to hold the 200-day moving average. That's about all I can say right now, though. It's an ugly looking 15-minute chart. But if you're asking me what direction I think it's going, I have no idea. Mike B, I didn't see Mike B's question. Or at Mike. I didn't see Mike's question. So if I missed a question, guys, maybe just repost it in the questions area, Trade Ideas questions area. If I did miss a question. Okay, so if you're okay, Mark, give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, just give me 2 minutes. I promise. I'll be right back. All right. Who asked a question about Michael Noss's Mark? Okay, so Mark, you're looking for Michael Noss's scan. So if you click on New, Market Explorer, okay, and they're here, and then this box will pop up. If you right click and then select strategies, so here they all are. Okay, so again, if you miss that, click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Market Explorer, and then right click on this, and then the select strategy, and this box will pop up, and then you'll have all the different types of scans that Michael has created. Okay. Michael will be in our YouTube room tomorrow. That's Michael is in the YouTube room on Tuesdays, so you can ask him questions about the scans that he's created and anything else, of course. But a moment, guys. All right, guys. Right. Thank you, Rudy. Talking to somebody in our development. Okay, guys. What time is it now? It is 11:15. So in about 45 minutes, I'll be taking a break. Not able to join the Trade Ideas trading room. Okay. What I don't know what link you're using, but I can give you a link. Let me know if this worked for you. Okay. In our YouTube room. All right, let me take a wow. Let me take a look at some of these. So the BLCC, let's take a look if it's setting up. BLCC, so look what it did today. It got up to 890, almost 19, almost got up to that high looking left. In fact, that high looking left is 1894, and that high is 1890. Oh, wait a minute. 1966. Yeah, something's wrong. Maybe not. Maybe that's higher than I think. Anyway, it got close to that high right there. 1901 is the high, and that high right there is 1894. So I always like to look left, see where a stock could go until it hits the next high. So many times, even though it might just be one day, a stock can stall right there for a while anyway. Really? Um, Now, there's no auto trading as is, okay? There's no auto trading at all. I mean, I shouldn't say that. In this test drive, first of all, we are eliminating auto trading completely from the AI, okay? Number one. Number two, during the test drive, there's no auto trading at all, which means you, even if you had your own strategy, there was no auto trading. After the test drive is over, if you have your own strategy and you want to auto trade, then you can go ahead and do it. I would absolutely use a simulator first. But if you're on the Mac, you're right. You have no, you don't have access to a simulator. All right. Join the trading room. So what's happening, Fal? I mean, join the trading room. You give a first name, email, and then you sign up. I'm not a robot. Um, so you're having a tough time getting into the trading room. We have a lot of people in the room, so I'm not sure why you're not able to. Only thing I can suggest is maybe you go to our homepage and ask them for some help. I don't know how I can help you. This is our homepage link. Okay. And when you click on the homepage link, a little pop-up will happen and questions and answers, and then go to the ask and give them your email and say, hey, I'm having trouble getting into the trading room. I don't know why you'd be having trouble. Must be something going on maybe on your end, or well, okay, as Pepe is saying, I mean, from our homepage, even our in our homepage where it says, and at the top here, trading room. I don't know. Yeah, that brings it to me. So I'm not sure what you guys see. I mean, I'm an administrator, of course, of the room. So website login changes to the software login details after you sign up. Okay, is that a good thing? I'm trying to think, is that a question or all right, guys, you try to keep an eye on some of these AI alerts. You know, this KOD, I mean, it's just been resting here. I mean, it may have a move at the end of the day or at some point. BLCO. Well, it only has to be, yeah, I mean, we don't have a Mac version, okay? But so there's obviously there's one way in which you can use it without having to you can use the web-based version of our product. You will not have access to either simulator or races, okay? If you don't care about those two things, then the web-based version is fine. Otherwise, like a lot of people at Trade Ideas, people who work at Trade Ideas who have Macs, they use an emulation program like Parallels. So if you're willing to do that, then you can use the application. And or if you're willing to do something like Amazon Web Services, but there was no Mac version. Pick a trade. Let's take MGRX for fun. Just want to show you how you do it. You click on an alert, the symbol shows up. The quantity box, you can pick from the list, or you can, of course, create your own. I'm going to go 300 shares. Just want to show you how you do it. I'm going to go in at the market because the spread's okay and send it. Now I'm in the trade. Now, practicing in our simulator obviously is the way to go. Do not commit money to the market until you've practiced in a simulator or paper traded. Okay, do not. Now, if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. I can practice swing trading. So if I want to flatten this trade right now, get out. Carg is looking good. Carg is, I mean, it's sneaky good right now. 2003 on the alert, 2045 right now. It took it kind of on a pullback, I guess. And if you have the AI or if you're part of this test drive, this is all I would do. I would just have this window, the strategy trades all. You don't have to have my layout if you don't want it, but just click on new and then premium AI strategy trades window. That's all you need. I wouldn't go to I mean, you can go to the channel if you want, but honestly, this is the only window you really need. It just tells you when the entry was. It tells you where your stop is, and after that, follow these all day long. Like a watch list. Hey, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Questions. I'm just following some internal discussions that we're having. Oh, Top, guys. So Top is doing his thing, isn't it? I know some of you were talking about it before. Again, if you weren't in the room a few days ago, a few weeks ago, Top got up to about $258. On. Okay, Miko. No, I did not say this is the only explosive winners channel. I have never said this is the only window you need. All depends on your trading style, right? All I said was the one I have a scan. The reason I can't have every scan that I share up on the screen is because it'd be overwhelming for people. Okay. Okay, so I do have a scan here that I really like, okay? Doesn't give very many alerts, so wouldn't be that interesting if I'm gonna display something like that. You know, for my purposes, this scan, I love it, okay? But understand, I mean, I've got other scans, but I cannot put them all on one monitor, otherwise it'd just be absolutely overwhelming. Well, but how can I answer the question, what layout is best to start with? You know, it depends on your trading style. You know, I mean, there's no best. I mean, I am sharing if you like this layout that I am displaying right now, I can give you that layout, but whether that's, the best, I can't tell you that. I can't tell you if that's the best for you. That's why we have all these different channels. If you click on new, and I'm talking to somebody in our Okay, if you want what I've got, okay, I can give you that. Give me a moment. And I'm going to put another link in, and I don't want to confuse you too much or anybody too much, but okay. So first of all, Miko, are you using our web-based version or are you using our downloadable application? Do you have a toolbar that looks like this with file, new, tools, Windows, and all that? Okay. So I've given you two layouts, okay? They're both the same in terms of what they're going to display. The difference is this is what we call a dock. So you notice here I can sort of grab this and every all these windows are are in this dock right here. Or the non-dock just means that the windows, this is an example of a free floating window. All these windows will be free floating. So you could, arrange them where you want. So that's up to you. The other thing is that you will not have, I guess, this Brokerage Plus window does not, even though I've included it in the layout, but it does not, it is not copyable, I guess. So you will have to add this window, and I'll show you how. Yeah, I mean, dock is nice because it looks a little nicer and all, but some people don't like the dock. Some people want to be able to take a window and move it anywhere they want. You can do it within a dock, but it's a little more, advanced, shall I say. Nothing wrong with the non-dock version. They'll all be in the same position, but that'll be up to you. And again, it's like, oh, guys, Forza, 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 Forza. I wonder if they're coming up with their press release now. And for ZA, guys, keep an eye on it. I mean, they teased the heck out of this is what they said on Friday. Get ready for something extraordinary. Stay tuned. Okay. And as far as I know, they have not come out with any sort of a press release yet. Okay, erase short, sure. Now, I'm going to show you where you can find all this on the guide, though. Okay, because I'm going to explain it, but you should have a reference. So let me just give me a moment as I get my homepage link and again. Hey, Miko, give me one moment, okay? There's a bit of a trick to it. Okay, so regarding the races, so if you click on my homepage links, guys, click on my homepage link and go to the guide, or sorry, education section, click here, education section, and then click on the guide. user guide, and you'll see one of the sections is TI stock racing. So, I mean, I can show you what the stock racing is all about, okay? But this is in detail for videos, the race startup, race configuration, all this, all clickable. This goes into basically everything you have to know, okay? So just give me a moment, Miko. I have to just continue with the race. So the race is set up, all races are set up from a top list window. Okay. So I'm sharing, yes, I'm sharing this one, the biggest gainers from the open, and another one called the large cap gainers from the open. Okay. So if I right click, open top list. So this is what this race is based on these filter requirements. And of course, you can have your own, you can have your own top list with your own filter requirements. So in this particular case, if a stock is between $1 and $50, and the volume is at least 200,000 shares, and it's up 2% from yesterday, Friday, it's closed, stocks will be in here. Okay. So that's now, of course, you can have your own set of requirements. Once you do that, then right click, you launch the real-time stock race. Okay. So again, every race is started from a top list window. Now, here is where if I launch the real-time stock race, and I'm gonna and that's what happened when I launched it. Now, in order to adjust it, I'll do it again. Right click, launch the real-time stock race, and then I click the square, and then right click, show the race setup. Here is where now you can adjust it to how you want to see the race. So in other words, I'm running 4-minute races. You can see this minutes to run. Well, you want to run 5-minute race, 10-minute race, 1-minute race, whatever you want. I'm basing my race on the change from the open percent. Okay. You can base your race on any column header that you have in a top list window. I know this gets a little confusing, but that's why it's in the guide. Okay. I'm just going kind of going over this just to show you, how the race starts. But for instance, if you wanted to see a race based on increasing relative volume, as long as you've got the relative volume column up here, you could run it based on relative volume. I like the change from the open. That's just the way I like to do things. So I keep it there and I keep it on delta because I want to see the one that has moved the most right on the top, the change, the delta. I run auto rerun because I think most people, when a race stops, you would want the next race to automatically start. Okay, instead of having to manually start. All this is in the guide. And I like to start it at 9:30. It says auto start at time. I like to start it at 9:30 when the market starts. Okay, when the market opens. But if you want to run it during the pre-market, that's up to you. Okay. So, but all of this is in the guide. But that's what you're seeing. But you can create your own top list window and then launch the race from it. You could have a race based on just symbols you like to follow. You create what we call a symbol list or a watch list, and you attach it to the top list window, and then you run the race, and it's only going to look at on stocks that you like to follow. Now, hopefully it's more than, maybe a nice basket of stocks, 20 or 30 stocks. You don't want to make it like 5 stocks. Well, how you use it to trade now is, I mean, the idea now is that it's going to create a top 10 list for you. Okay. And it's based on the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. And now, I mean, this is where, okay, some trading experience is going to have to come in because if I click on CJET as an example, it's a number 2 on the list, number 2 CJET, and I look at it and I go, okay, it's pulled back quite a bit. I wonder, there's the VWAP 677. Maybe if you're that sort of a player, maybe you put an alert around that area, see if it gets back up there and it pops through. I mean, this is maybe not a great example because unless you want to short it, which probably shorts are not available. But now it's a CXAI. Okay, I mean that pulled back 1193. You see, when you ask me how to trade it, there's no easy answer. There's no, well, you just click on the alert and now trade it. It's a matter of, okay, following what's happening on the chart. If you'd seen this one earlier and it had pulled back to this level here, which was, you might have said, okay, I'll put it, maybe if it pulls back to a certain moving average, maybe there's a moving average that you like. Let's take a look at MVST, see if it's looking interesting. Not really. I mean, unless maybe if it gets back up over 144, it takes this area out. But you can see that there's not one way. It's not like just click on the alert and you just take the trade. ETNF. I'm just going through these, but that's the idea. Is what I would be doing is say ATNF. I see a lot of these have just pulled back quite a bit. But you might want to take up the other race that I'm sharing. The large cap gainers from the open, which are not as volatile. But what it does do, it gives you a focus. Okay, so instead of having to, clicking like mad on symbol after symbol all day long, it gives you a nice top 10 list to follow. Again, timber might, I mean, again, it's most of these you can see have really pulled back quite a bit. I wouldn't call any one of these really, really, good right now. Well, when it comes to the top of the list, and the other thing too is that you don't have to wait for a stock to win a raise. If you see something that's all of a sudden starting to move, especially if it's not on this list, so that means out of nowhere. But I would click on any one of these, like click on QBTS, just see what it's looking like right now. There's QBTS. It's near the high of the day. If I look left here, to me, it's not great because if I look left, the next high is 171, and then after that, it's 184. But what if I look left and the next high was like 3 and it's sitting at 165? Then all of a sudden, for me anyway, it becomes a stock of interest. That's how I trade. Okay, let me answer Miko now. Okay, so Miko, what you want the brokerage plus window to be docked with this. Is that what you want? Oh, it looks like mine. Okay. I'm assuming that's what you want. I have to hear an okay or a yes. And this is for anybody, okay? There's a bit of a trick if you do want your brokerage plus window docked, in a docked window. Hey, Miko, are you on board with? Okay, good. Okay. Okay, if you have the brokerage plus window open, exit out, okay? Close it down. Just shut it down. Exit out so you don't see it anymore. Okay? So here are the steps. And again, if you want it docked into this window here, the docked AI, etc., click on this window so ultimately TradeIdeas knows that this is the dock window you want it to go into. So just click, all you're doing is just clicking on it and nothing's going to happen. But now TradeIdeas knows you want when the B plus goes into this dock window, because you may have several dock windows. Okay, so just click on this. Now it knows. So now you do this. Tools, options, layouts. So tools, options, layouts. Now, see where it says opening windows? Open in dock window. You check that and then you save it. Okay. When you do that, now when you click on new and then Brokerage Plus, it's going to show up here. Okay. You won't see it like this. It'll probably be maybe a tab somewhere. Okay. And you just then have to, if you understand the docking, you have to like grab the header and then you can move it over here. Let me show you what I mean. What do I have here? Do I have this one? Okay. I'm going to open a window, file, load from cloud. I'll load something, just anything, doesn't really matter. Option plays, load. Why didn't that work? Again, I'm on a development version. Open in dock window. Yes. Well, isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? They have changed something then because what was supposed to happen is that this scan was supposed to open up somewhere and I'd have to find it and then drag it out. Well, maybe you don't have to do that with B plus anymore. I'll have to get back to you on that, Miko, because before what would happen is when you said open or options and then layouts and open in dock window, every time you open any scan at all, it would open up into the dock window. But in my version anyway, it's not doing that. I'll have to get back to you. So right at this point, just I mean, the fact that it's free floating is not a big deal. Yeah. So if you take so this is a free floating window. If I wanted to add it in here, okay, you'll notice that if I right click and duplicate into doc charts, doc A, okay, so these are the docs that I've got. So assuming you've named your doc window, you should always name it, okay? It'll ask you, right click, when you take a free floating window, excuse me, you right click, and then it'll ask you, where do you want to duplicate it? What doc window do you want to duplicate it into? Okay, does that make sense? So assuming you've got already, now if you don't have a doc window at all, then you can say duplicate into new doc window. Docking is not it is certainly not anything that is necessary, okay? It's I would call it an advanced feature, but again, right click and then duplicate into a new doc window. And then you can give that a name because if you wanted to do another one, this is what I was trying to say. You see how these are all named docked windows. And so now I can pick if I have a free floating window, I can pick what dock I want it to go into, assuming I've named it. Well, the AI here are the signals. Here's your entry and here's your stop. Guy, okay? I mean, how you trade it is going to be completely up to you. All right. But this is what it's all about. You just basically have this window called strategy trades all open from here, new premium AI strategy trades window, have that open. And then tomorrow, when you load trade ideas, assuming you load it before 9:30, the earliest alert you'll see here is at 9:35. You see the earliest ones today were 9:40. And you just basically, there's your, again, this is the alert price. You don't have to get in right there. I'd like to have that renamed entry price. I'd like to have it renamed because it almost infers that that's where you have to get in. No. And then here's your stop. Now, how you trade it will be up to you. How I use it? Well, if I can pay attention to it, I would have been all over Castle as an example, because Castle had all sorts of room when you look left because it was an all-time low. So I would have, had I been able to pay a little more attention, I would have almost for sure taken this Castle short, just because the way I trade. When you look left, this was an all-time low. So I love that. Nope. There's no specific, this is just automatic. There's nothing for you to do. You cannot, we get a lot of questions. Can the AI tell me how to trade Microsoft or Macy's or no? It's all laid out for you. There's nothing for you to do. Again, tomorrow morning, this will be blank. You just wait for the alerts to happen. And of course, you don't have to take all of them. You don't have to take any of them. Hey guys, I will be taking my break pretty soon. Just give me a moment. I'll probably come back a little bit earlier, but I just usually take about a 1 hour break, but I'll probably be earlier. Well, I mean, any one of the channels, any one of these channels, dock channel bar, I mean, they're all set up for you. So if you don't want to change anything, I mean, these are all scans that have been set up. Call it standard functionality. Yeah, we got a lot. There were a lot of redundant channels. There were a lot of redundant channels. Okay, and so we had to get rid of. I mean, it was crazy. We'd see one channel was called something, another channel was called another name, and then you'd go inside, you'd see a lot of redundant channels. So, or a lot of redundant scans. So we thought, you know what? It's too confusing. Too many. Okay, there's Mr. Varley, I think.
Here I am.
Good. Just give me a moment.
Yes, I'm still
Just give me
kind of
one
setting a
moment
few
as
things
I
up.
shut
Take your
down my
time.
music and also give them a YouTube link so they can head over and listen to you.
I don't know why anybody would, but all right.
Oh, I would listen to you all day. Okay, just give me a moment, Chris.
Take your time.
Okay,
take your
guys.
time.
Chris is in our YouTube room right now while I take my break. I'm going to put the YouTube link in. You can head over and listen to. You had to recheck it, Pepe? Okay. I will try it again. I'm talking to Pepe. I will
Gotcha.
try it again. Just give me a moment. Okay, Chris, you are good to go.
I'm in. I've got the screen and I'm ready to rock and roll if you're ready to rock and roll.
I'm ready.
All right. I'll see you in an hour, Barry. No rush. Don't rush back if you want to take an extra few.
Okay, thanks.
All right. So, hello, folks. Happy Monday to you here. Just give me 1 second. Apologize for that. Just a little construction going on outside my place to close a window and a door. So, folks, I know we had some test drivers in here, probably some regulars. As always, for those of you that have been here, and now for those of you that are new here, we do this at noon every day, noon Eastern. Different person, different personality. We all bring a little something different to the table. But there's no pre-done content in this. It's an open forum for us to try to answer your questions on the platform itself. And of course, if you got a chart or something you want to talk about, we're always happy to talk about those as well. As I always say, it's best when you folks drive the content, right? I can't answer the questions that are not asked. I'm sure everybody in here must have a question related to the platform that we can hopefully help you with. So I will, of course, if nobody's asking questions, do my best to inform you and stay current and up to date with things that are going on, at least relevant to me. Peter, to look at the AI, take your menu bar, go to new, and look for AI Premium, AI right there. AI Premium Strategy Trades window. This window right here. New. Premium AI Strategy Trades window. Click on that. You'll get this. And then I recommend setting the filters to none and to all strategies. All right. When you open that up, and that is how you can look at Holly. So again, folks, anybody with questions, please fire those away for me. Again, I see the numbers kind of took a turn up here. So again, I don't have pre-done content. You folks drive the content of this here. Of course, like I said, try to go through some things that I was looking at, how I'm using the software. But there's no one way to use the software. There's no right way to use the software. There probably are a lot of wrong ways to use it, but there's no necessarily this is the way to use it. Everybody's individual, unique, and different. What we're scanning for, what our risk management for, no two people have the exact same setup on that. So, all right, with that said, without questions really rolling in at this point, let's take a look at a few things here that I am watching currently. So bring over a SPY chart, and we can see here a long way up off that October bottom, just grinding and grinding and grinding higher. We pushed through that 420 level on the SPY. Here's our October lows on the picture-in-picture. We made a set of higher lows. We have now made another set of higher lows. We have now made another set of higher lows. We made a higher high. We made another higher high. We made another higher high. And now we have again made another higher high. That is the definition of an uptrend, folks. Will this uptrend end today? It could. Will it end in 6 years from now? It also could. For this current moment in time, the uptrend is intact for the SPY. Some uptrends in the overall market, ETF sectors, the Qs, so on and so forth. Going to be better than others, obviously. But we are in an uptrend. Does that mean run right out and buy stocks? No, it does not mean run right out and buy stocks. It means run out and buy the stocks that meet your criteria, right? That's how it's done. Give me one moment answering a question here in the chat. Right, there we go. So that is one item I'm looking at here. Obviously, 430 on the SPY will be another challenge here. Just because every day doesn't trend up doesn't mean the uptrend will have ended. what I would consider for an end of this uptrend is if we push back below 400 on the SPY, that might be a killer in the uptrend. I would also recommend to folks consider, things that we talk about in the CMT, for example, a primary and secondary trend, right? We could have a primary trend that, can stay intact while a secondary trend falls apart. The primary trend is many months to years, where a secondary trend is many weeks to months, right? So keep those kinds of things in mind. You can get the PIP, the picture-in-picture chart, by being on our latest beta. To always make sure you are on our latest beta and that it's available, go to Tools, Options, Upgrade, check all releases, press Save, all right? And you can see here, current beta status, this software is up to date. And you could upgrade from here as well. Upgrade costs you nothing as far as that goes. We're always making improvements to the software. We're always adding things to the software. Some things are more subtle than others. Obviously, this is a big one. So that is how you can always know. And then on our download page, let me bring over a download page. Open link in new tab on the download page. All right. Pro beta. Forget about the AI. Forget about that, right? Pro and pro beta. That's all you need to know. Go ahead and click, and you're going to see release notes for pro beta. Most of this stuff will make no sense to you. It's a lot of internal jargon for us here. Some of it might apply to individual users that ran across something that seemed to only affect them, or, maybe it was 5, 6, 10 users, out of the 10, 15,000 users, whatever we have. Some of this will affect everybody. For example, being able to run the races from the Market Explorer now. That wasn't a feature right up until this new beta. That's for everybody gets that. The picture-in-picture chart is for everybody now. Some things like that. So there's going to be release notes for both the production version, as we would call it, latest production version, and for the beta version. So I highly, highly, highly recommend putting some time and effort going through those so that you can stay up to date and current with everything Trade Ideas is doing. So, but getting up to 5.6.56, hold on, let me check help about. Yeah, 5.6.56. That'll be the latest beta version for you folks. And that will get you the PIP charts. Okay, so we have gone over that. Again, folks, keep those questions coming. That's what I'm here for. If not, like I said, I'll dance around some things. I also watched this daily that I created a couple of months ago, I guess now. Yeah, it's a couple of months ago. Kind of crazy that time flies by so much. And someone's going to say, hey, Chris, what is that? And I'm going to tell you it's a 30-day market breadth, highs versus lows. So each day this starts fresh, and it's going to tell me the new 30-day highs versus 30-day lows, giving us a month picture at data here. I kind of make mental notes day in and day out, week in and week out, what these ratios look like. And for the last several weeks, as would be reflected by the overall market, the ratios have skewed to the upside, with 30-day highs outdoing 30-day lows. I don't know how much financial news people follow or not. I don't follow any outside of what people that I follow and interact with on Twitter. Price is the only thing that matters to me. I don't care about earnings or fundamentals or news or any of that stuff. The only thing that matters is price and volume to me. That's it. I literally don't care about anything else. Give me the charts or give me nothing. There's a big group out there that thinks that it's 5 stocks that are driving the market, which is just completely untrue. And a picture window like this continues to tell us every day that that is absolutely untrue. Now, there are a set of stocks that obviously weigh more than other stocks, but anybody that believes that it's 5 stocks driving the market, you are greatly mistaken. All the data on the planet is easily showing that. Now, someone would say, why am I showing this? Well, this is a great tool depending on what kind of trader you are. Someone who is scalping stuff couldn't possibly care less about this, right? I do some shorter term day trading. I do some longer term swing trading. This matters for me in my longer term swing trading. It kind of helps me to know, am I feeling, not even am I feeling, because my feelings mean nothing. Is the market showing me more of a risk on or risk off environment if I am up in a trade? Should I be holding those positions and letting them continue to ride if I'm up? If I'm down and I think that the market isn't coming or turning around or my positions aren't, should I cut those short from my stop before I even let it hit it? Those are the kind of things that I'm doing with a window like that. All right. How to delete an alarm on a chart. I'm guessing you mean a price alert. Are you talking about like how I have this green line here, Omar? If you're talking about that green line, go ahead and click on it and then press delete, and you'll see here, delete price alert, and you press OK. Or you can take the price alert window and you can find that stock that's in the price alert window, right click it, delete price alert for whatever the stock happens to be, and that will get rid of that price alert. Let me know, Omar, if that's not what you were referencing. And we'll try to get to the bottom of what you are referencing. Can you go over anchored VWAP chart indicator and latest beta release, how to enable? Okay, so first, yes, you must be on the latest beta release. If you're on the production version of 5.6.36, you cannot use the anchor VWAP. It's it's not in there. The anchor VWAP channel, I should say. So you got to be on 5.6.46 or later. Obviously, the last one is 5.6.56. You will then want to, for these purposes, I'm going to use a dock channel bar. Otherwise, if I use a regular channel bar, I'll lose my layout, and I do not want to lose my layout. So go to new, go to docked channel bar. That will give you this right here, and it'll be among the first channels you'll see. Go ahead and click that AVWAP channel. You'll get a welcome screen here. Even if you're not on the right version, you'll get this welcome screen, and it will tell you you need to be on this version in order to do it. And it'll give you a link to download it here. And there's a few other items in here that you can go over if you like in that welcome screen. And it comes with these scans that are auto-populated in here with these charts that look like that. Of course, you start to customize, move things around. Excellent, Omar. That's what I like to hear. Good deal, good deal. And so you can go through these scans here. All right. There is, if you right click on the Market Explorer windows in here and you go to select strategy, you'll see there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 anchored VWAP scans, right? So you can go ahead and click through and check out the different anchored VWAP scans that you want to be looking at. A second way to do this, if you don't want to have this channel, I'm not a fan of channels personally. I don't need them. I like to direct how my charts look and everything like that. A different way to do that, go about this would be to go new, Market Explorer window. That'll give you this right here, blank Market Explorer window. And it even has a link to the user's guide section of that. You could always go through that. I highly recommend going through it. Same thing though, right click, select a strategy, anchored VWAP, we'd come to that. And, we can go with, anchored VWAP pinch weekly, for example. Here we are, and we could take a look at something like CARG, right? And we click, and we can see there's anchor VWAP on top. There's the anchor VWAP on the bottom. It is pinched between the two of those. That is a mighty interesting looking chart. Someone would say, Chris, why is that a mighty interesting looking chart? And I would say, well, look, came, captured it, tested, bounced off. Came back, didn't quite test it all the way, but bounced off. Came back, tested it, really bounced off. Now it's fighting with the upward anchored VWAP, right? We've got this tasty gap that we're sitting right above that right there as well. So those are things that make that chart interesting. Is it interesting long or is it interesting short? No, it's just interesting. That's all. It might be interesting short to one person. It might be interesting long to another person. I don't currently have lag, Bill, personally. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I have been good throughout the whole weekend. I have a good amount of windows loaded here. I think big part of it's going to be the last probably 10 people that I worked with, Bill, that had any kind of issues. They had 35 plus windows open with a lot of top lists. All right, now, Hans, I heard this AM that 8 stocks is driving. Have a look at RSP and equally weighted is very different from the SPY itself. Right, but is the RSP the entire market or is it 500 stocks? Because last I checked, there was like, I don't know, 3,000 realistic stocks in the market. I mean, we could split hairs and we could say it's 8,000 stocks. We could split hairs and say it's 2,500 stocks. But the RSP, again, is not the U.S. stock market. It's a benchmark, but it is not the U.S. stock market. And on top of that, start to consider, stocks that are from other exchanges, but traded, you can trade on our exchanges too. France is making new all-time highs. The FTSE is at 52-week highs. Saudi Arabia 52-week highs. Germany 52-week highs. The list will go on and on and on and on as we go around the world of making new 52-week highs. So it's just not 5 stocks. That's all. Like I said, there are a group of stocks that certainly weigh more, and they're certainly having a bigger effect, but it's just not 8 stocks. All right, that helped. We talked about that. Hi, Chris. Can you scan for SMA, EMA when they cross? No, you cannot. We don't have EMAs to scan on. You'd have to work within what we offer, and it's all SMAs. So if we go to alert windows, the first thing we can do is go to cross alerts. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Cross. All right, so actually, let's do it like this. All right, we have these pre-built cross alerts in here on these time frames. They're not alterable. These are built-in, coded just like this. The one caveat on these is that they have a built-in volume qualifier. In stocks, whether they crossed right at that second or crossed 5 minutes ago, they will not alert till they have crossed and the volume qualifier is met within those. There's no way to remove it. I'm sorry. I'm not a coder. If I was a coder, it would have probably been my long ago focus to have removed that. But that's the way it is. Those are what's built in there like that. However, I have a workaround for this. You can take any of the SMA filters that we offer in here on these different time frames. You could put those into a scan. And so what I would recommend doing is this. And I'm just going to use 2 SMAs as an example, but you could do this with any of the SMAs. So let's start with, let's say let's try to get something close to you. So you want a 9 SMA crossing a 20 EMA is what I'm guessing by the order you put things in. So if we go with a 9 SMA, let's go with an 8 SMA is going to be closest. So here's an 8 SMA. You didn't give me a time frame, so I'm going with 5 minutes. So there's an 8 SMA on a 5-minute chart. I'm going to add that filter, and I'm going to say that I want this to be, let's do it like this. With the show me function here, say point minus 0.25. So it's saying show me stocks where the price is above the 8 SMA there, where it is at it and is no more than 0.25 below it. Okay, nailed it. Then I'm also going to say 0.25 here. And in this, it's going to tell me where the price is no more than 0.25 above that is at it, or the price is above. All right. So that means that the price of the stock has to be sandwiched within 0.25% up or down of that SMA. All right. Then we're going to come back here to search, and you set a 20. So I'm guessing that's an EMA. And I'm going to go with, again, a 5-minute 20 period here. And I'm going to add that filter. I'm going to do the exact same thing, minus 0.25 and 0.25. And we're going to, just for fun, give this a minimum price of $5. And we're going to give it a minimum volume shares of, let's say, I don't know, 500,000 shares. All right. So there we go. Every stock that is traded 500,000 shares on the day is sandwiched between these 2 SMAs, meaning the price is right around those 2 SMAs and is above $5, is going to make the scan. But we need an alert or a trigger for this, right? So my preferred go-to on this, I'm not a cross person, but when I thought I was going to be a cross person, I went with 5-minute high. I've got to get back to alerts and filters, and we got a 5-minute high alert. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to add alert, and I'm going to put a check mark there as it took me to the selected alerts, and I'm going to press OK, and I'll press OK, and here we go. Now, every stock that meets the criteria of this scan. Now, One of the things that started to turn me off from cross alerts was the fact that you can get a million false signal cross alerts because the stock is just running sideways and jumping up and down and below and over, and those crosses just happen running sideways. And cross alerts can just give you so many false breakouts, so many false alerts. I just decided it's just not my cup of tea, right? You can go through and start to edit and say, I want to see stocks that are making a cross alert but have been in an uptrend, right? So every stock that meets these. Now, I don't happen to have those on a chart, those indicators that I've gone with, but let's duplicate this chart and let's get into a free floating window, and I'm going to add those indicators, and we could see what these stocks look like on those indicators to highlight that we're going to be in the ballpark of what we're looking for here. So let's do this indicator, edit. Oh, we don't want that. Remove. Let's turn this EMA into a 20 period, but we got to use an SMA. We can't even use that, right? Because we're on the 20 period SMAs. There we go. All right, add. And where is an SMA? Simple, moving average, simple. So there's a 20 period. We added it. It's blue. Let's get a 8 period. Let's modify the color. Let's make that red so we can see that clearly. Okay. Add. Let's get rid of the VWAP. Let's remove that. Close. All right. And now let's go to make this a 5-minute time frame because that's what we were working on. And let's take a look at JPM. And let's look where it alerted. And we can see that alerted just now. And look, those SMAs are napping with each other nearly, right? Let's go back through history here today. Let's go back a ways so we can look at some of the stuff that happened earlier in the day today. And even going back that far, that's how many alerts this is. IVV, though. So this was about 25 minutes ago. So there's IVV, all right? $400 stock isn't going to help us because the spread between that is going to be kind of big. Let's find a not so expensive stock. We'll make it a little closer. So these things, are going to be relative to this here. All right. Some are obviously going to look better than others. Bang, nailed the cross right there. Right. So now, like I said, this is kind of a template of how I do it. Look, they're crossing right here. False signal cross. They crossed but didn't go anywhere, right? Again, probably find something similar. All right. Cross happened here. We got the alert here, trending up a little bit. I'm going to share a cloud link for you here, Sam, on this. All right. We're going to rename. First, let's put this on real time. Let's go to configure. Let's name this cross for Sam A. All right. Now this is just, take it as a template, make it your own. I'm going to share this cloud link and to give you something to work with from there. And there you go. So that's a template to work off of. You are very welcome, my friend. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Now I just want to circle back to someone was asked, who asked about the VWAP, the anchored VWAP before? Why don't I see it? Oh, Angry Carrots. What I went over with the anchored VWAP, was that enough? Do you want more? Do you have other questions on it? I kind of hit the highlights or the basic highlights, and I'd moved on, but we can circle back to that. Or if anybody else has questions on the anchored VWAP too, let me know. I'm happy to go over more of it. I don't really trade the anchored VWAP personally. I understand it. I get it. I see its appeal. I have what I currently like to trade. Should, the trading gods bless me more and, I be, continue to have more buying power in accounts, might be something I look at, but for now, how I allocate my capital is how I allocate my capital. So, but I think I understand enough of it that I can help guide some people along into some thought process behind it. If anybody has some questions, of course. If not, I think we've kind of covered everything here. And let me know if not. All right. So here's a scan for those that like. This is something I pick a lot of my swing trading out of. Where are you? Where are you? Why can I not find my scans? There we go. All right, first I'm going to share it. Copy link. And share. There we go. So this scan is for stocks that are within 15% of their all-time highs. So, you know, there's also some volume metrics in here. And Leaf, give me a second. I see your question there. Let me just finish this train of thought, and I'll get right to you. So you got to be we're looking at stocks here that are $8 or more, traded at least 1 million shares on the day. They're within 15% of all-time highs, and the relative volume's got to be at least 1. So, you know, I watch this regularly to see, you know, how strong are we looking right now? It's a, you know, pretty hefty list. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we got 21, 22 stocks on here, give or take, that are all within 15% of their all-time highs. So I think that's a good snapshot of strength in the market overall. You got the diamonds here as an ETF, of course. I call this a raging bull market. I wouldn't call it a raging bull market, but there's definitely, you know, some bullish price action in there. There's some good stuff. Obviously, look, like I said before, you know, Apple's gonna have a pretty big effect. You know, Pepsi's gonna have a pretty sizable effect, right? PSTG, not quite the effect that those two stocks are gonna have, but it's up there near lifetime highs, right? Genpack, you know, sorry, graphic packing. I was thinking Genpack again, you know, 7 billion market cap, almost 8 billion market cap. Not going to have quite the effect, but there it go, you know, continuing to, you know, trend higher. Look at the trend on this thing, right? How long this thing's been trending for. Look at that trend. Beautiful. It's a beautiful trend, right? So I use this. I like this scan a lot. It makes things real easy for me. Usually some very nice defined levels. Again, it's a personal thing when I say easy. It's not easy trading, obviously. But I feel like when you're looking at stocks that are continuously pounding into all-time highs, it gives you some clear defined risk levels to look at if you're wrong. All right. Hi, this is James. I just joined. Just a general question. What is your general question, James? Throw that general question at me. I'll do my best to answer it, of course. And then I'm not sure what you mean by exit, Sam. I'm not sure what you're referencing on exit. So anyways, you know, it's a scan that's one of my go-to scans for swing trading. For those that are in the world of swing trading, this here is my main go-to day trading scan, followed by this here, these two races. You know, it's really strange to me, the races. Well, not strange. I guess it's like everything else on the planet. Some people just absolutely love the races. I'm one of them. For whatever reason, I do okay with them. I do better with them than I do alert windows. Other people absolutely hate the races, and you got to see the hate mail we get on the stock races. Sometimes it's really mean and unbelievable, and I truly mean. It's very, very not so great, some of the stuff people say to us, but you know, whatever. I guess if they got to let it off their chest, by all means, take a shot at us. But I like the way the data is presented in this. I get why it doesn't work for some people. That's fine. You know, some people can't sit here in front of a screen all day. That makes sense. I get it. I understand that, you know. But for me, the way it helps me visualize data, it keeps my attention a little better. So for whatever that's worth. Let's see. We're at 12:27 p.m. fire those questions away, folks. Fire those questions away. Some things that I will note here that I like about the races is you can see the last winner, and you can toggle back and forth in between showing, all winners like this here now in order of who's won what, or you could show top 10 winners. Right. So I like it on the top 10, and we can see here, TOP is 115, GETY is 111, CXAI 11, CJET 10, so on and so forth. And it creates what I think is a very nice watch list throughout the day. A lot of times with some of these stocks, they make a big move up, they pull back. What they pull back to is subjective, just like a lot of technical analysis. I like to watch for pullbacks to the VWAP or pullbacks to an 8 EMA on multiple time frames, see if they can base and then set up again. That's, just kind of my hand in trading in life. But by having this watch list here like that, it helps keep them in focus. So, all right, I have been getting alerts from this other site. I just don't know what to do with it. The gappers are huge. By the time trading starts, they are trending down. The interesting thing is I saw on TI, I'm wondering what to do with these alerts. PS, I'm very new to trying this career path. So the first thing is there's no right answer, right? Are you going to be a short trader and you're going to fade the gaps? Are you going to be a long trader and watch it pull back? If you're going to be a long trader and watch for the pullback, what are you pulling back to? Are you pulling back to a gap fill? Are you pulling back to a VWAP? Are you pulling back to a pivot level? Are you pulling, and there is no right answer on this. There's only the right answer for you, but that right answer for you will only come in time. You're going to have to be patient. You're going to have to watch charts. You're going to have to watch price action. You're going to have to journal these things, right? If I could give you one piece of advice only, and I'd give more than that, of course, but the one piece of advice I was allowed to only give you one piece of advice is do not trade any live money until you have tested a trading system thoroughly. And testing a trading system is not the same as scanning. Scans generate ideas. Trading systems tell you how to enter those ideas, how to manage the risk, which is your stop on those ideas, how to manage your upside, which is your reward on those ideas. And there may be other things that you need to include in there. There may not be other things you need to include in there. But before you can enter any trade, you must absolutely have a stop in mind that you are going to stick to before you enter a trade. If you don't do that, you will lose your money and you will burn your account, and that will be it for you. You must also be disciplined and decide what is going to be your upside reward and how you're going to manage that. That doesn't mean you necessarily need a hard stop. Like you do need a hard target. You do need a hard target. You don't necessarily need a hard. You do need a hard stop. You don't necessarily need a hard target. That's how I trade anyways. So now I'll also let you in on a secret here. I thought I was going to be a short-term day trader. I had to learn very quickly that that was not going to work for me and my personality. And I had to accept that I was very terrible at it. And that was it. That there was no two ways about that. I moved to swing trading. It ended up working out much better for me after 2 years. I had 2 years of losing straight as a day trader before I decided I'm going to move to a swing trader. Then I had some mild success that grew as a swing trader. And then about a year and a half ago, I decided to take a shot at day trading again with the stock races. Now that I had better risk management ideas and thoughts and discipline in my head, and I've done very mediocre okay at day trading again. That was basically, though, took me 5 years to have any success as a day trader. And I just want to be completely honest with you. Some people have found it much earlier than that. Some people have found it later than that. Going to be different for each person. But you will never have any success until you decide what you want to do. This GPK chart is a prime example of what you're saying. Look, this thing gapped up. It moved down. It moved up. What level did it stop its move down on, right? I could argue, it found support at this 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart, right? Is it arbitrary? I have no idea. I just happen to like this here, right? I wouldn't have necessarily entered the trade on that. I'll tell you that right now. Looking at it, hindsight's the greatest trader of all time. But things that I would have been looking for here is, all right, it moved up, it moved down. It started to move up again. Now it's recaptured the VWAP, but it couldn't get above the high of the day, right? So I'd have never probably entered a trade based on those criteria right there. That's just me personally right there. That doesn't make it right or wrong. I also look left on charts, look at all the resistance it's got right there. And then I would also tell myself, look at that relative volume. While it's up above normal, it's not really kicking, right? So yeah, this gapped up. It closed with some decent volume, but it's fading volume throughout the day, and you need volume to push through resistance, right? It ain't got that volume. Got a lot of resistance all through this area going back on the daily chart. Now I'm looking at that. That does not mean that I was right about any of it. This is, again, hindsight trading. I suspect I would have looked at it like that. I did not look at charts like that. That did not happen in a month. That probably didn't even happen in 6 months, for me to be honest. That was probably something that took me greater than 6 months to be able to look at charts and look that way and do that. Time is going to be your greatest tool. Those that rush into trading with live money will find themselves with blown up accounts and no longer here. The market will be here. Trade ideas will be here. There are going to be other tools that are going to be out there. The brokers will all be there. The people that won't be here are the people that rushed into trading. And I come from a position of I need to make money now. I'm a single dad. I have been for a long time. I am a career restaurant worker. I am a self-taught trader. I had to make money. I had to pay bills. I lost money trading by going live too early. So anyways, those are the wisdoms that I can part in there. If there's questions on any of that, please let me know. But study charts, understand what different technical analysis stuff is. There's so much out there. ATR, RSI, SMA, EMA, VWAP, MACD, stochastics. There's an infinite amount of types of technical analysis tools out there. Do we have them all in Trade Ideas? No, we do not. Do we have a lot of them in Trade Ideas? Yes, we do. Go through. I'm guessing that you were on the test drive. Use this test drive. I know it's only 10 trading days, but use it to your fullest advantage. When I took the test drive in 2017 of July, it was only 5 days that I had. It wasn't even 10 days. So, but I was sold on it then. That's what I did. I subscribed to Trade Ideas right afterwards. I'm glad I did subscribe to Trade Ideas right afterwards. Again, my big mistake was going live with money. At that time, Trade Ideas did not have a trading simulator in it. So I had to journal trades. I didn't even really simulate trading, to be honest. I kind of went right into it very foolishly, but I journaled all my trades. I always lost for the same reasons. Now you got a simulated trading. I know people don't want to hear about that. I know people don't, I'm not paying this money for a scanner to simulate trades. That's fine. I understand. I get it. But I can promise you this. Anybody that told you they had success in trading 3 months after starting trading is a liar. And I would bet my life literally on that. I'm sure someone's going to try to prove me wrong with whatever, and I'm just going to ignore it because that's how it'll go. Mike C, what is happening, my friend? What is happening, Mike C? Any time to trade? Yeah, I made a couple of trades today. I traded TOP and CXAI. I scalped in and out. I don't even know if I call them scalps, but anyways, I went in and out, and that was it. That wrapped my day up. So, I'm very busy here with trying to help test drivers. A lot of emails coming in and whatnot. That's what I'm looking at for that stuff. Anything I'm looking at longer terms, probably on the all-time highs list here that I've got placed up there. That's what I'm looking at there. And then, okay, how do I get a mentor? Because so far, that's what I think I need. Trade Ideas. I don't know that you need a mentor. I mean, there's a lot of unscrupulous individuals that'll be more than happy to take your money and tell you they're a mentor. I learned basically everything I know about trading by hanging here in Barry's trading room and just kind of observing, listening, asking questions, writing things down. And then I took to Twitter. I got, pretty active on what you'd call FinTwit. Things that I did on Twitter is I block out all news, all politics, anything that's garbage that really isn't going to make me laugh. If it's not I find it personally, personal comedy stuff, movies and things like that. Just to have some form of entertainment on Twitter. And then the other thing is it's all about people with charts and stuff like that. I don't like people that have big opinions. If you've got really big opinions, I don't really care. I like people that post charts. I like people that post pivot lines. I like people that post data. I like people that post price action. And so that's what I did. A lot of stuff. JC Peretz of All-Star Charts. A lot of stuff I stole from him. Just watching, listening, observing. I guess I'm more really watching. There's no listening with him. He used to do spaces a bit on Twitter. He doesn't really anymore. Those are the things that I did. I never paid anyone to be a mentor or anything like that. I just, I attended all that stuff through here, all the free stuff that I could. There's tons of YouTube videos that are free out there that teach you basic candlestick charting, basic SMA calculations and EMA calculations and MACD and so on and so forth. Again, there's no magic indicators. So that's what I would do. If you're not logging in, Leaf, to the main traders room, I push you to do that as well. Let me give you a link for that. Copy link address. This is so there's two sides this broadcast happens on. Barry holds both sides of the broadcast, except for this noon to 1 o'clock Eastern time, where myself, Michael, Steve, Andy, Jamie, one of us takes over each day. It's a different one of us from noon to 1 o'clock Eastern here on the YouTube side of things. So, coming here, ask questions, just like you did where you talked about the gap up thing. And I can give an example here. And if you've got charts, you want to throw an example, I'll talk about the charts real quick, what I see, what I thought, again, remember hindsight's always 20/20 on this stuff. But what I tell you on it, or what I see on it, it's not going to be the same as Andy or Steve or Jamie or Michael. And it doesn't make any one of us right or wrong. It makes us all different traders managing risk differently. That's all. In full confession, probably a lot of stuff that I look at is stolen from Steve with a combination of Michael and Andy as far as the swing trading stuff. Some of the intraday stuff is more stolen from Jamie. Jamie's more of an intraday trader. He likes faster moving stuff, 5-minute time frames, things of that nature. So, I think a lot of traders, a lot of successful traders take a bit from different people that they've come across, whether you want to call them mentors or not. The terminology isn't really relevant in that sense. And I think they take those different parts of the things they saw from those individuals, see how they can apply it, what works and what doesn't work. And then the key part is journal. When I've gone through back on my journaling and I went back and every trade that didn't work, I'd say at least easily 9 out of 10 times, make 90%. Maybe I could even say it was 19 out of 20 times, 95% you want to call it. It was the same reasons I lost over and over again with my trades. It was because before I got in the trade, I didn't select a stop loss. So then I was in it. It turned against me and I didn't know how to manage it as a loser anymore. And the loser got worse and worse and worse. Or B, I didn't have a tentative way that I was managing it up to the upside. And so all of a sudden I'm up $100 in the trade and I was up $100 for 5 minutes. And then all of a sudden it reversed and I was down $100. Well, I mean, if you're up $100 in a trade and you don't close that out as a winner, that's on you. And I'm using the royal you, which was really me at that time. And that happened because I didn't have a trading plan. Every single time that I lost, I didn't have a trading plan. Or if I did have a trading plan, I didn't stick to it. That's what separates the winners from the losers in the long run. Trading plan and discipline. That's it. It can be a very simple process for complicated individuals, like a lot of things in life. So those are the things that I can share with. Do I have a journal tool in here in Trade Ideas? Kind of. There's the calendar in Brokerage Plus. It only works for simulated trading. So you can go here in the calendar. And if you click on the date in the calendar, it'll tell you what you traded. It gives you a few things that are in here. It's not perfect. It's not, you're not going to put notes in there. Now, what I did for kind of a paper trading before we had any of these features in Trade Ideas back in like 2017, 2018, 2019, what I did was I had the price alerts, and I kind of used the price alerts as a journal, as a simulator. And you can do notes in here. If I right click on the price alerts and I go to columns, here is your selected columns, the columns you're looking at. This is what you've got displayed up here. And then here's all the columns you're actually offered. And there's a note column. See notes here? So I can move that over. I could press OK. And if I widen this all out, and we can see here in notes, I got no notes. But if I right click, let's just take CXAI, for example, and I go to edit price alert, see notes down here. And I can say, liked this on AI hype and saw hype, saw resistance, RESIST was at 12.75, because when I was looking at earlier, that's looked like where is some resistance. Saw support. I think I like 11-ish looked okay for support at 11. At 11, and I can press OK here. I can press save. And if we look at CXAI, I've got my notes here. All right. And so I guess I didn't get that right. It was support at 10, not 11. Right. So, but here I go. Here's my notes. Here's my thoughts on it. And so you could kind of journal and track like that. You could even use it in a twofold function like this. It just kind of popped in mind. I like to write things down. I physically journal my life. Sometimes I'm doing it a couple of times a week. Sometimes I'm doing it a few times a month, but I've been doing it for many, many years. I highly recommend, if you don't journal in life, I'd highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. And it kind of makes it easy to journal right into trading, because you can kind of loop them in there. Well, journaling in the middle of the day of trading may not be great, but you could throw in some notes really fast here on the price alerts. And then at the end of the day, when the kids have been put to bed or whatever it is, whatever you're doing in life, you go back through the notes. And you've got the highlights there, and maybe you want to piggyback on that. But this is the highlights to jog your memory of things that you were thinking on some of these stocks, whether you traded them or didn't trade them, why you may have or may not have traded them, and use those notes like that. So that's something that I'd point folks towards in that regard. So again, to get those notes on the price alerts, column, right click, columns. Here's your selected on the left. Here's total columns on the right. Something else I would highly recommend to people: don't get caught up in analysis paralysis and overlooking at data points, right? Figure out what's relevant to you, and what's relevant to you today may not be relevant to you tomorrow. And then all of a sudden it may be relevant again in 6 weeks from now, right? Be willing to change, be open to change, be willing to change things. Don't get caught up in, oh, this is my layout. This is how I scan. This is how I do things. Now, if you've been trading, let's say for 2 or 3 years, and you've been having success for 2 or 3 years, and you decided you want to take on a tool like Trade Ideas and see if you can get to another level of it, obviously don't go messing around with your entire system. That's not what I'm saying. But if you're someone who's newer to all this and you've had mixed results, be open to what you're doing isn't necessarily working. How can you tweak it? What data points are you using that are not relevant and not working and not helping you? Throw them out for a time period at least. What data points exist that maybe I should be taking a look at that maybe look like they can help me a little bit? Give you a personal example of this. I never used the VWAP up until a few months ago, probably longer than a few months ago, probably about 6 months ago now. And when all the hype was coming around on Brian Shannon's anchored VWAP book and all that stuff like that, I said, my entries haven't always been the best on my trading, especially my day trading. What can I do to further improve my entries? Because my exits had been steadily improving as I got more discipline. And so I started looking at the VWAP and over VWAP and how extended from it or how close to it was, and messing around with my entries from that. And I greatly improved my entries with that, right? So I looked at it. I looked at what's something that I can plug in there. Now, maybe I just happen to be lucky that the timing of that anchored VWAP book was coming out and the talk about all those things like that. It all kind of worked out for me in that regard. Maybe some of it's luck. I think a lot of our luck is made by positioning ourselves with being prepared, right? The chance favors the prepared mind, those kinds of things like that. Even though I hadn't used VWAP really ever, I understood it. I'd studied a bit. I got familiar with it. I did a lot of the same stuff with SMAs, EMAs. I did a little bit with MACD. I don't use those. I don't use MACD very much, but I looked at it for a while. Same thing with RSI. I thought I was going to get very, very big into RSI. I had it on charts. I was scanning for it. I was using it. It just never kind of panned out how I thought it was going to work for helping my trading. Someday it may again, So these are little things that I can share, and hopefully it's going to help benefit someone, anyone, all of you in here in some way, shape, matter, or form. Like I said before, it's a different person here every day for this noon hour. I'm very different than the other traders in here. Andy, Jamie, Steve, and Michael all worked for, different firms, whether it's prop firms or trading desks. They have been involved in finance for 25 plus years, basically all of them. Michael, maybe 20 years or so, and the rest all 25 plus years. I come from a very different background, so I can empathize a little more coming from the background that I can with a lot of people that come in here in that regard. I know I've kind of flown off on some tangents on this here. Hopefully what I'm saying is helping you folks, or, pointing you in some directions, or putting some thoughts in your mind that may not have been there, for giving yourself some realistic expectations on how trading in general is going to go. I just happened to personally, I wanted to learn trading. I found someone on Twitter called Miss Trading Coach. I said, hey, can you teach me how to trade? And they said, hey, no, but here's this company. They have this free traders room. They have these webinars that are free. Go check it out and figure out if you even like it. It's the hardest thing you'll ever do. You may not even like it. Trading is not what people think. That's what they said. Trading is not what people think. And it wasn't what I thought it was going to be. It wasn't at all. And then I came back to them afterwards. I'd messaged them on Twitter. I came back to them, a year later and said, thank you for that, and here I am. I'm losing money, but at least I understand why I'm losing money. And, thanks for pointing me towards this. It just happened to be Trade Ideas was who they pointed me towards. That's the way things work in life. I consider myself lucky. Fast forward several years, attending a lot of the webinars that they used to do back in the day. I won't use the royal we on this because I wasn't, really part of those webinars other than as an attendee. But I attended enough of them. I got familiar with these folks on Twitter, constantly bothering them and asking them questions on Twitter. And then one day, they knew that I knew the software very well and they needed a little more help and support. And they reached out and offered me a position. I got lucky like that. So like I said, chance favors the prepared. I prepared myself in a way that, and luck happened to have it. Apple sell news at 1 p.m. I have no idea. I have no idea what any kind of news on Apple is. The only thing I can tell you is this thing is a monster right now. Absolute monster. Taking out all-time highs again today. If that is not a beautiful, beautiful secondary uptrend anyways, I don't know what is. If we look here, and please remember there's three trends: up trends, downtrends, and sideways trends, right? So look at that beautiful uptrend that then turned into a downtrend, which turned into a sideways trend, right? Which has now turned back into an uptrend. And we could call this the primary uptrend. We could say the primary uptrend. I can make an argument that primary uptrend is still in existence from 2020, right? You could argue it's not. That's fine. Potentially AR headset. All right, yeah. I don't trade news. I trade price action. I couldn't possibly care less what the news is. It would be impossible for me to care less about the news. But for those that do trade news, make sure you're on it, right? Of course. It's not that the news isn't relevant. It's not relevant to me. Very personal thing, right? Are there any archive webinars out on TI that I can go over? Oh, buddy, are there? There are so many. Come to our, give me 1 second. Copy link address. All right, here's our YouTube channel. All right, give me 1 moment here. I'm going to bring over the YouTube channel and run down some stuff. Sorry, navigating 30 tabs right now is Open link in new tab. All right, so here's our YouTube channel, and we try to do things the best we can to keep them organized. We have so much content, it's kind of tough. So here live, this is me currently. A lot of different videos, some shorts that are more kind of advertisement stuff that we're doing. All right, and then, but if we come back to the main channel here on home, if you scroll down, all right, here's some of our blog stuff. Here's some new feature stuff. Here's some different stuff based on channels. All right. Here's our TI University series to kind of get more familiar, some different lessons. And here's some more webinars. Here's some back to basics stuff. So for those of you that are new, I completely, I always forget about this. Michael Noss did a series. He did 2 series, basically starting from what is a stock all the way to algorithmic trading. All right. And so here's Michael Noss's channel as well. Copy link address. Let's put that here for you. All right, so there's Michael Noss's channel, and here is his channel. Let's go here. And if you go to his playlists, all right, there's Back to Basics 2. This is a 39-part series where he starts with his wife from literally what is a stock. And, go through, see what applies to you. Everybody's going to be starting somewhere different. I was one of those people. I kind of had to start at what is a stock. I didn't have this at that time. Michael hadn't created this at that time, unfortunately. I understood very basic concepts of stock, but there's stuff that's in there that, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. I was, that's for sure. And Michael also goes through so many indicators. Michael's a certified CMT. You're not going to find someone more knowledgeable than Michael, in my personal opinion anyways, especially when it comes to the swing trading side of stuff and indicators. And remember, all indicators are fractal. They can be applied across all time frames. So just because he talks about it on one time frame doesn't mean it doesn't apply to another time frame. With that said, of course, some indicators happen to work better on other time frames than other time frames, but that's, like anything that's out there. So give time. It's a saying that goes to a lot of different items that exist in life that we may study or participate in. And I think it's completely true. I apologize for the helicopter flying overhead. I get a lot of those. Someday maybe they'll take me away. All kidding aside, though, just between our channel and Michael's channel, there's a ton of stuff that's out there. There may be other channels out there that, maybe go into YouTube and just search, CMT, that the Charter Market Technician Association has a channel. I would surmise that they've got some content maybe you want to see that's on there. But like I said, I didn't start getting into CMT stuff till years and years later, where I wanted to really dig into some stuff with technical analysis. I think on our channel and Michael's channel, you're going to find a lot of really good, pointed, basic stuff to you that is not just about technical analysis, but how it can and is applied to the software that's here. And, look, everybody's got an agenda, right? Everybody's got an agenda. I got an agenda. My agenda is get everybody using trade ideas. I believe in it. It has turned me in from a very not profitable losing trader into a very mediocre, decent, kind of putting money in the brokerage account trader. I consider that a big win. Here I am, coming up on 6 years later, actually. Took a while to get there, but if I keep at this pace, probably in 100 years, I might be able to buy a Lambo in like 100 years at this pace. Kidding. It's a kind of, the Lambo joke is an inside joke of traders, where you see all these flashy people. I bought the Lambo, that's not trading. Anybody that's pushing stuff like that, they've got something to sell you without giving you anything. To my personal stock races, yeah, absolutely. Give me 1 second. Let me search here in my, oops, sorry, clicked the wrong button. Search here in my cloud so I can give you those specifically. Strength from the open. I'm going to give you, let's see. Let me make sure I get the right ones here, because I've got so many. And want to make sure that I'm giving you the right stuff here. Sort window specific filter. Okay, here's one you might find interesting. This isn't my main one. I will give you the main one. I just got to find out which one it actually is. Copy, paste. Okay, so that's one. Let's see, is this one? Nope. Configure advanced. Where did you go? Top of Windows settings. All right. The one that I'm now going to share is going to be this one down here. This will be the next one I share. This is my secondary. This is my second go-to. Load from cloud. Oh, that was terrible, Chris. Deleted it, but we got it right here. Nope, never fear. We got the backup. Paste. All right, that's that one. And let me find the main one. Just bear with me one more moment here, folks. It must be this one. Yes, this is it here. Okay. Load from cloud. And there you go. So that is my main one. That's this one up here. That's what I prefer. That's my preferred. Things in here are whippy. They move fast. I mean, look at, I want to give you an example here. That I did do today with TOP. All right. I took this trade better on 5-minute chart. I took this trade here on this 5-minute candle right around here when it broke back over the VWAP there. All right. And when it moved up over $9, I sold it. That was it. I was happy with that trade. I made money. I said where I took it. I said anywhere around $9 gets me out of that trade. That's the end of it, right? And someone's going to say, man, but look at it up over here. It got over $10, right, Chris? Now, let me ask you something. If you took this trade here, and let's just say for easy numbers sake, you took a 1,000 shares, okay? And it went up 40 cents and you're up $400. And then it reversed all the way down here. Are you realistically going to go from a $400 positive to a $400 negative? I mean, do you realistically, and I'm using the Royal U for anybody that's out there. This is also a lecture I had to give myself many, many, many times because I did do this many times. You're going to go with an $800 swing from 400 up to 400 down. I mean, no successful trader on this planet would let that happen consistently anyways. Never, ever, 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 ever. Never. No consistent trader on this planet would ever do that. So, you know, let's be realistic about this, folks. Not only did that come down, that came down there and it stayed down here for like half an hour or something like that before it went back up again. Now, had I not been overly insanely busy with support work around here, I might have relooked at this on a 9 break back in this area over here. And when it got up over the high of the day, I may have traded it. Unfortunately, I couldn't be looking at the charts. I couldn't be watching my price alerts. It's just the way it goes, you know, good, bad, or indifferent. You know, I also work for Trade Ideas. I got to do my other work for Trade Ideas here, right? So I miss some trades sometimes. It's the trade-off here that I have to have. You know, that's the way it goes in life. The good, the bad, the ugly, and the indifferent. But realistically, I had a plan. My plan was the bottom of this body of this candle. When I got in here, that was what I was looking at my risk. I was looking at my reward up here. It was a bit over a 1-to-1 reward ratio. I usually like them more than that, but I liked the volume. I liked that there had been increasing volume coming into this. Took my shot. It worked out. Generally speaking, I like to see a 1.5 to my possible upside to a 1 on my possible downside. And the 1 is a consistent. That's a constant. That'll never change. I do not move my goalpost down. I never say, oh, well, just 2 more cents. It's going to come back. 6 more cents. It's going to come back. That's how a $100 loss turns into a $1,000 loss very quickly.
Burning question.
Burning question.
Does Chris Varley ever take a breath?
No.
Okay. I've been listening for the last half hour, and even if I had wanted to interject, I don't think I could have found
Barry, there is
proper
no
point.
sound. Yeah, there's no sound on this planet I like more than my own voice, which is actually a lie. If I ever hear myself talking, I'm so embarrassed. So embarrassed.
No, I'm just kidding. It's hilarious, though.
Yeah. So,
my
my layout, yes, I'll share the layout.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Barry. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, did you take a look at the Forza FRZA from the AI?
I did not. That came.
Well, I kept saying, keep watching it, guys. Keep watching it, guys. Keep watching it, guys. For the second time. Well, if it could take out that 298 again, actually got stopped out. But to me, this is a perfect
trade around, right?
Well, trade around, and why you use it like a watch list. Like,
yeah.
This generates a watch list for you, and set up certain price targets, or not price targets, never a price target, just a price.
Oh yeah, beautiful. And the way it came in based.
Yeah, and then it boom. Now it has not been easy. I'm not saying it's been easy,
right?
Because it did pull back, but nonetheless, if you got in over that 3 break, you could have got probably 10%.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And I mean, looking at it on a 5-minute chart, it's not like it whipped over that 3 and then whipped back down under it. It gave you, even if you got it, let's say 310, 315, you had time to exit that trade with some money. Ain't nobody on nobody but you if you didn't. Again, royal you, of course.
Royal you. And look at CARG. Look at CARG.
Yeah, that one I did see. That was big time.
Very sneaky.
Yep.
So anyway, my friend, I'll take over. Now, did you give the layout that the gentleman wanted?
Yep. The last link I shared is the layout, and also Kevin, we don't have a way to do RSI divergences in the software. The only RSI divergence you're going to find is the one that's built in the Market Explorer by Michael Noss, and it's the Market Explorer runs on completely different tech for building scans than the legacy tech does. So you can go into the Market Explorer. Barry's showing right now how to do that, and that's the only place you're going to find the RSI divergences. It's really the only one, really the only way to do that. With that said, Barry's got the screen. I turn it back over to him. And
okay. Thank you so much, Chris. Yeah. I definitely appreciated the break.
Yes, of course. And I don't know. I don't know when I'll see you. I guess in one of these meetings, right?
Tomorrow, probably. Okay.
All right. Sounds good. Take care, everybody. Hopefully that helped. Thanks, Barry. I'll see you soon.
Bye. All right, guys, back in everything now. See me my music going. Oops. Okay. Which you can create custom formulas, which basically is taking our data points, if we have the data points, and then combining those data points to kind of give you a new filter. All right. But if the data point is not there, you can't. So for instance, if somebody wanted a 3-minute RSI and all we've got is like 1, 5, and 10, you can't make it up as an example. So the only thing you can do, regarding RSI, and I have no idea if this is divergence or not, but as Chris was saying, if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on Market Explorer window, this Market Explorer strategy window will show up. You right click and select strategy. These are popping up. Relative strength index. These are what you have to work with. And obviously you're talking 1 hour and 30 minutes, it's not here. It's possible. I mean, RSI, in fact, he's renamed these. Unable to get oversold, unable to get overbought. I don't use these, okay, but you're welcome to try and see what sort of, just to sort of see what kind of alerts you get from it. Well, there's no recommended. Okay. I mean, all I can say is I use it like a watch list. So if you were you here early, Spec, or are you just showing up? For instance, with the Forza, the FRZA, okay? So we had that alert at 9:40, and if you followed it religiously, it didn't work. It got stopped out. But I didn't take this trade, okay? But I said, well, listen, if it comes back to that price of 298, which was the original alert, stick a price alert around that area. So I stuck a price alert around $3. I think it was right at 304. It popped over it, came right back down, popped over it again, and that's where I took the trade as an example. That's how I use it. Okay. So I can't say that's the recommended way. All I can do is say, I don't take every trade. This is not, I'll never, ever, ever auto trade anything. But I Carg was another, this is probably one if I've been paying attention, but I was doing a lot of talking at the time. This to me was an awesome one. Look at Carg right there at 2003. I love whole number breaks, especially a break like 20. But more importantly, when you look left, there's really nothing to stop it for a while. Okay, I don't know how far back I'd have to go. That for me personally, when you get a break on the daily chart like that for me personally is a huge, well, something to really pay attention to personally. Okay, but that's the way I trade. Others might say, well, you know what, I don't mind this, but I want it to pull back to, I don't know, or there's the VWAP 2024, or maybe you've got a moving average that you like. I know Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas. He loves the 10-minute, 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. You'll see when he does his. He'll be in the YouTube room on Thursday. So it's hard. It's hard. There's no recommended. All I would say is that I know how I use it. I think the best thing to do is to use the simulator. You look at these trades, or these ideas, and ideas from either the scans that I'm sharing, ideas from the AI, and start taking some trades in the simulator. Well, there's just no broad way of saying, well, that's how people use it. Okay, it's just impossible to. I use it like a watch list. Well, Leaf. When you say, can you explain what happened to Forza from the high pre-market to where we are now? In terms of what? Explaining how, like, I mean, do you know the news on it? I mean, if you've seen the news on it, I was talking about this in the pre-market. I had a big, big, big move after hours on Friday. So, when I was doing my pre-market work, I saw, wow, this one is way up. Wonder why. So check the news, such as it is. The company on Friday tweeted, "Get ready for something extraordinary. Stay tuned." Again, I've been trading for quite a while, and I don't think I've ever seen anything quite so promotional. But anyway, that was the reason why it popped. Okay, and then I suppose why it was dropping. Well, where's this news? Where's this news? Not that there's been any news that's come out that I can see. Okay, but that's. I mean, what I mean that's yeah. I mean, that's what they do. They make electric boats. But I mean, what's the news going to be? Who knows? Now, Forza again. Now, if they ever do, I mean, it's probably all baked in. I don't know what they can say that could pop this higher. But the next thing I have to do is I'm just going to check the weekly chart. I just want to do a quick check to see. Looks like the next high is 424 on the weekly chart. So it got up to 448. So there would still be some room. There would still be some room for this to run if if it wants to get some news until it hits that high in the weekly chart. Nice one from Shady on the AI early. Boy, that AI is hard to keep it down. Really, I mean, I don't think we have. Maybe Pepe knows. I always refer to Pepe. I don't think we have the SPX 500. I mean, we have the SPY, of course, but I mean, I always I should know the answer to these, but it might be. Let me just see if dollar works. Oops. Yeah. So yeah, dollar doesn't work. So I don't think we have anything for that. Look at the SPY, 430 now. Remember when 400 seemed to be in super jeopardy? Not that long ago. Yeah, thank you, Pepe. Yeah, we don't have that. Short of the day though, my goodness. I mean, I was bemoaning not getting it in the pre-market, but look at Dawn. Holy smokes. Now, as William said, if this goes negative, it might stay negative. Now, this is an interesting one. We've got about three analysts that I know of that have put some huge price targets on this. Wedbush, I think, at 38, Needham at 40, and Wainwright at 50. So, oh man. Well, we'll have to watch this one going forward. But right now, there's a massive sell-off off those highs. Did have some news. I think it had news. Must have had some news. Okay, guys, let's see. RAR, yeah, that was pretty active last week at some point. Yeah, actually 2 weeks ago. That's my approach, Leaf. That is my approach. Question is, when I get an alert, you follow up with more information and then decide whether it is worth trading or not. Then you set your entry and exit. Is that that's my approach? Understanding that I can usually size up things pretty quickly. Okay. Now, usually this is not quite the layout that I normally have. I just tried to make it a lot easier for people. Normally I have a 15 daily and a weekly chart. Okay. So I'm just missing the weekly chart. But yeah, so when I get an alert, the first thing I'm doing is I'm looking left and I'm wanting to see, does this have any room to keep running before it hits the next high? That, I can eyeball that really quickly. The next thing I'm looking at is, okay, what pattern is it? Well, actually, I guess I'm seeing what pattern it's coming from. So if I get an alert which it's 10, 15-minute candles in a row up, I'm not going to take the trade, obviously. But if like this one right here, if I just saw this one right now and I thought, okay, and I know I've looked left and the next high is what, 440, I said. So if it got back up to this area here of 342, there's a good chance I might re-enter this trade. Okay, that's my style of trading. And yeah, I know exactly where my exit's going to be when if it doesn't work. I'll have a stop. Yeah, I saw the cube. Whoops, the cube. It's well, the high there is 185, so it's above that high now. Next high is 2. So to me, I mean, it could get through 2, but I'm always wary about a stock trying to get through a whole number. Okay, just a minute. The developer wants me to tell him what steps I'm taking. Okay, so just give me a moment. One moment, guys. What makes it worth trading or not? Okay, sorry. I'm conversing also with one of our devs. What makes it worth trading? Okay, so when I trade, I have a checklist. My checklist might have doesn't really matter what my checklist is. Okay, everybody should have their own trading style and a checklist. Okay, but most of the things that I see have passed at least four of the things that I need. In other words, it's got to be in a price range I like, a minimum volume that I like, a relative volume that I like, etc. Okay. Now, the next thing I'm looking at is I'm thinking, okay, when I look left, how much room does it have? So I would be first saying to myself, okay, if you took this trade right now, okay, I'll just use LRX as an example. It doesn't really matter. If I had something on the, okay, let's take a look at top. See if that'll make sense at all. Ah, let's get a better one. I'm just trying to get something that has something that's relatively obvious. Okay, let's just say I was looking at KOD right now as a potential trade. I mean, it's showing up on my alerts and all that. So I'd be looking at this. I'm going, okay, if I took this trade right here at 8:32, um, maybe I'd be putting my stop at about 8:12. Okay, because the way I put stops, I usually look at a 15-minute chart, try to size up where I think there might be some support, so that if it went down through that support, I want to be out of it. So if I took the trade at 8:32 and my stop is at 8:12, that's 20 cents. Okay. I have to then be able to look left and I have to be able to say, okay, could this stock keep going 40 cents? Could it get up to 872 before it hits the next high? Okay. Well, in this case, no, it couldn't. Okay. Because right there is 860. So for me, I wouldn't be taking that trade. Because when I get into a trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making a one for two risk reward. If I'm going to risk 20 cents on a trade, I have to have an expectation statistically that I could make 40 cents. It doesn't mean I'm going to, just because I want a trade to work doesn't mean it's going to, of course. But I'm not going to risk 10 cents and then I'm not going to risk 20 cents on a trade. And then let's just say that the next high looking left was at 840, 8 cents away. I would never take the trade. Okay. But I still wouldn't take the trade because I'd have to be able to look left and see a clear path to at least 872 before I would take the trade. Okay. And this again, I'm sizing this up pretty quickly. But that is what makes it worthwhile for me. All of a sudden, the charts just slow down a little bit. You know what? I will ask him. I have no idea if he'll do it, Grumpy. Okay. I mean, I have no idea. I don't even know what you mean. So, because I don't see what you see, of course, but a paradox, I can see what you're sort of dominating everything again. I appreciate a lot of the stuff you say, but I mean, again, a lot of the stuff is, I mean, just looking at all the posts, basically, you're just posting. But the best thing, Leaf Bibby and Purple Circle Gaming, as you call yourself, the best thing you can possibly do is to practice trading. I can't. There's no right or wrong. Okay, there's no best way to do this and worst way to do that. You really, really have to practice. If you were listening to Chris in his YouTube stint, I mean, yeah, he talked extensively about, he was failing miserably as a trader at the beginning, didn't practice at all, committed money to the market, and didn't know what he was doing. And you've got to practice trading. Not easy. We are an idea generator. The AI is an idea generator. Okay. It's not the be all and the end all. It's not the magic money machine. Is it possible for me to explain how Holly works? Well, the easiest way to explain it is that all you do is you just load this window and wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. Okay. Now, so this window is called Strategy Trades All, and you load it if you click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Premium AI Strategy Trades window. There it is right there. So tomorrow, if you load trade ideas before 9:30 Eastern Time, this window will be blank. The earliest alert you'll ever get is at 9:35. You can see we had two at 9:40. I've been told there is a way to do this on that docking, but let me just see. Um, so how does it work? Well, now it's up to you there's no auto trading. Okay. So now you have to have some trading experience. And, this is a great watch list for the day. The castle alert. I mean, I wish I'd seen this one. Well, I was talking a lot at the time. To me, this was the absolute best, not because it worked the best, but when I look left, there's an all-time low. And so there's nothing holding this up. And it had a bad day on Thursday, tried to recover a little bit on Friday. So if I'd seen this alert, at the 1350, I'm not saying it would have got it right at 1350, but they got all the way down to 927. I mean, that's just an awesome alert. So that's about the best way I can explain how Holly works. Okay. I mean, you just wait for the alerts to happen, and then you have to, I said earlier with the Forza, it got stopped out, but you know what? Nothing saying it couldn't come back to the original alert price at 298. It did. I mean, it took a long time. I mean, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, almost 2 hours later. It got back up to that alert price, and look what it did from there. I'm not saying this was easy, but it went from 298 or $3 all the way up to 355. That's a tremendous percentage run. So use it like a watch list, and maybe something doesn't set up. Maybe look at it this way: like any alerts you get, and you think, man, this has got to work. Well, maybe it doesn't work, but maybe later on it does. Maybe later on it sets up again the same way, and this time it'll work. Maybe the reason it didn't work the first time, lots of reasons. Maybe the market was turning against you. Maybe some guy came in and decided he just wanted to sell all his position. It's hard to know, but never. I would never lose sight of something that's in a watch list, and that's all. This is what this is a watch list. Okay, so how does the AI? Okay, so I don't even know how many strategies there are right now. Okay, but let's say there were 50 strategies, 50. These are the proprietary AI strategies. So what happens overnight, it runs through what's called an optimization procedure. And it goes through each one of the strategies. And for lack of a better word, I don't even know see, I don't really care what strategies made the cut, but out of those 50 strategies, there will be a certain number that kind of made the cut. In other words, they had the right profit target, the right win percentage, not profit target, win percentage. Okay. And so those strategies made the cut. And then from those strategies, you'll get an alert. Now, some strategies, though, maybe they won't produce any alerts at all because it'd be like kind of like this. I mean, it'd be very, very rare. But here's my momentum up. Imagine this was an AI strategy, okay? And so when I look at it, so here's what it is. Stock is between $1 and $50. Current volume is at least six, trading 6 times normal, etc. I mean, it'd be insanely rare, but it would be possible that, and here's the trigger, the new high of the day. It'd be possible that maybe tomorrow we won't get one alert. It's almost impossible. But imagine that's what the AI strategies are. So even though a strategy may have made the cut, in other words, it got optimized for today because it had the right win percentage, etc. But it may not produce anything because no stocks made no stocks matched all the filter requirements. Okay, and the alert. I don't even know what strategies produce these. I don't really care. I could find out, but I don't care if that makes sense. Okay. All I care about is tell me what alerts came from the strategies that made the cut. Does that make sense? So that's for SCA. How does Holly TI create them? Okay. Does that make sense? Like, why are you seeing these? That's because, again, of the 50 strategies, certain number made the cut. And then of those that made the cut, these were the stocks that met all the filter requirements. Two different time zones in Holly. I only have one. My advice, my advice is this. I mean, I'm in the West Coast, okay? I'm in Vancouver, but what I do is, it makes things super simple. My computer is on East Coast time. The AI, everything is on East Coast time because when we talk about what time did something take a trade, I always refer to it in East Coast time. I don't want to say, well, this is Mountain Time or Central Time or so. Everything we see here is in Eastern time. Okay, so now you can create the time zone here, or you can create you can put whatever time zone you want if you click on Tools and Options and then Time Options. Okay. Now I'm able to put local time because my computer is set for Eastern time zone. So okay, but you can set whatever time zone you want for trade ideas. I just find it easier to always talk in terms of the Eastern time zone. There is no app for the phone. No. Okay, thank you, Pepe. What I'll do is I'll just pass that on to Sebastian, who runs the room, and I'll just send him an email, okay, and see what sort of response he might not quite understand exactly what it's all about, but it's all I can do, okay? Hey, I sent it off. Forget the differences, PS, okay? We used to, there's no, I mean, just call it Holly, okay? Never mind Holly AI, Holly Neo, and Holly 2.0. That's really old. We used to separate them. One was maybe Holly was the original one, AI, and then Holly, I think 2.0 came next. Maybe it's slightly less, a little more risky, and then Holly Neo was the most risky. But just make it simple. Make it super simple. Forget all that other stuff. Just have that window loaded. Okay. Just have this window loaded. Wait for the alerts to come in. Okay. You're on the web-based version? Yeah. Okay. So let me see what the web-based version looks like. I don't use the web-based version, so let me see. Yeah, so this is what I would do. Here's your web-based version. Just take this window, forget everything else. There it is. Strategy trades all. Okay? All segments. Just forget about the segments. I wish we just got rid of it completely so we had no reference whatsoever. But see this window right there is exactly the same as this window here. Okay? And I'm not, I'm no way am I trying to dismiss these questions, okay? But I'm really trying to do is simplify things for people. Instead of getting really diving into the weeds about what's this and what's that. To me, the easiest thing, and listen, I started off the same way with the AI, with all the segments. I had to know from why did this alert happen, and from what segment did it come from, and why? And then I realized, who cares? Like literally, who cares? If you clicked on an alert and you didn't like what you see because it doesn't meet your trading plan, then fine, but just I try to keep it super simple. Guys, I'm going to try to do a quick video, okay? And at 2 o'clock, I'm going to sit in on a development meeting. I just want to hear what they're talking about. So just give me the video shouldn't take too long for me to do. How is it right now? Well, it shouldn't take 10 minutes, but I'm going to say back around 150 ET. Okay. Okay. So I'm muting myself right now. I'll be back soon. All right, guys, I'm back. Why are there no stop prices on long-term AI trades? I don't know. Let's see. I don't look at this one at all. So let's take a look at. Yeah, I don't know the answer to it. I don't. I say I don't. Never. I don't really look at this at all. So I'm not really sure. I think in my guess is that when you click on a symbol, it's up to you. You know, first of all, are you going to take the trade at the price it's at? And then, having some chart experience, where would you put a stop? Okay. These are old AI alerts. Okay. So that's probably, that is probably why, well, the way it works. The other thing you can do, remember, these are longer term trades though. I mean, you can add the smart stop to the chart, but these are, let me just see if this makes sense here. Oh, daily swing exit. Okay. So you can try doing it this way, Omar. Um, on this daily chart, in fact, change it to a daily chart. Okay. And then right click and go to properties and select show smart risk levels. Okay. When you do that, when you click on an alert, you will see a swing exit. Okay, you don't have to follow it, but that is that is a suggestion, and that's not really an entry price. This is just when this is the current price. Okay, that is something you can add. I mean, just in general, if you want to put in right click, if I right click on this chart and then I click on properties and I show smart risk levels. Okay. What happens is every time I click on an alert, let's say I click on CARG right now. Okay. And wouldn't you know it, it's underneath. So let me click on something else. Well, let's click on Forza, FRZA. For some reason, why is that grayed out now? Maybe the AI alerts. Yeah, okay, so it was an AI alert. So every time you click on other than an AI alert, because the AI has a specific stop, okay? But let's take a look at QBTS. If I click on QBTS right now, what it's suggesting is if I took this trade right here at 184, there's a smart stop down here, and I have to eyeball it at 169. Okay. Now, did you have to follow that? No. But if it is a guide, and how it's generated, and this will change. I mean, if the price of if later on, if I click on QBTS and the price is up here, 199, that smart stop would have been moved up because it's some kind of a formula. Don't ask me exactly what it is, but it's a volatility of 15-minute candles, the high and the low of the day, those figures get thrown in, put into a computer, and it generates the smart stop. Okay, so that smart stop will change as the price changes. But when you get into the trade, that is your suggested stop. I was just watching. Okay, so there is no auto trading at all. Okay, Mawit, but yes, in theory you can. Okay, so for instance, if you have a strategy, here's a strategy right there. Okay, so if I right click and edit the trading strategy, where is it? I know it's here somewhere. I don't do this at all, guys. So there it is, smart stop. Okay, so you could pick the smart stop as your stop. So the answer is yes, you can. But understand, you can't do it here. You can't do it now if you're part of the test drive. There is no auto trading. But if you manually trade, yes. Well, no, not in the sim. No, no auto trading in the sim. Nothing. You hear me say over and over again, I just don't believe in auto trading, guys. If I thought auto trading was the way to go, I would have been doing it for years. All right, guys, I'm going to be trying to attend this meeting at 2 o'clock. Have they released their goggles, whatever they're going to be called? Have they talked about that in the Apple Day or whatever Apple World or whatever it's called? All right, guys, I'm back. Guys, keep a real close eye on this Dawn, DAWN. There's a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart, and let's see, the entry could have been around the 1427 mark. Okay, so that's not too far away. Well, in fact, it's right there now. So definitely keep an eye on this DAWN. I mean, it got hammered all the way down, but now it's back to being positive. And those big price targets are still out there, guys. I mean, you got some really crazy price targets of 38, 40, and 50. And we're a $14 stock. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I'd be really watching this one to see. I mean, the level it could get to before it hits some resistance is around 1550 or so. That's on the 15-minute chart. All right, guys. Well, look at the SPY. So the SPY is actually kind of giving it up here. Right. GTLB. I saw that one earlier. GTLB. Hmm. Excuse me, I might have been thinking about something else. I don't really recall seeing this one. So GitLab. So it has earnings after hours today. GTLB has earnings after hours today. Wow. Well, you know what? Wouldn't it be this is a what do they do? Okay, so tech stock. Okay, so what if they really have blowout earnings and it takes out 39? Then look at the room it's got. I have to wait tomorrow, this afternoon. Well, till tomorrow. I don't trade earnings at all. In other words, I don't hold something through earnings because I think something's going to happen. I never ever do that. Okay, so Nikki Ale, a couple of things. Look at just what I've got here. So make sure that there's in between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing, there is a sound toggle. Make sure there's not a slash through it. Okay, just that's the first thing to do. So check that. Can you see on my screen? Okay, so is there a slash through it? Like if you can see my screen now, I just put a slash through it. That'll turn off all your sound alerts. No slash. Okay. Next thing, are you getting any audio from anything else? If you go to YouTube or something like that, are you getting audio to make sure that it's not something completely on your end, your computer? The other thing on the actions, make sure the place. I mean, I'm just going through some sort of obvious things, of course. But if you set the sound alerts, so When you set up sound and you click play, you cannot hear anything. Okay. So that actually happened to me this morning. When I turned on Trade Ideas, I couldn't hear any sound alerts either. I had to reboot Trade Ideas. Okay. I actually logged out and logged back in, and that solved it. I don't know if that's going to help you, but that certainly helped me. I have no explanation. That has, I can't remember the last time. Well, I can't remember ever having to do that. But see if that works. Okay. Sorry, Sandra, can I show the path once again? Are you talking about to set a sound alert on an alert just in general? Okay. So one of the things you can do within Trade Ideas, you can set different sound alerts on your different alert windows. You can set a sound alert on your price alert window. You can set a sound alert on the AI. Okay. Now, but I don't have so many alert windows and so that you've got like 10 alert windows going off at once. Okay. You only want to limit. I would probably have no more than two or three alert windows, to be honest. But anyway, in general, this is what you do. So if you right click and go to properties and then click actions, and then where it says play sound, click on play sound, and then set up sound. Now, you can have one of your, oh, I've already got it. Let me cancel out of this one. I'll cancel out of this one. Okay. So set up the sound. So you can have one if you want. You don't have to, of course. You can have one window text to speech. In other words, it'll read out the symbol. And I say one window because the whole idea of having sound alerts is you have a different sound alert for each window. Otherwise, if you hear text to speech and you've got three or four windows doing that, you'll have no idea which one to look at. Okay. So you can choose if you want. You don't have to. Otherwise, use custom sound. And when you click on select, we have three folders that we have, excuse me, that are already in the Trade Ideas. This, I guess, it's the Trade Ideas folder. So we have Mad Money, voice number one, and web. So if you click on Mad Money as an example, these are the different sound alerts that we've got. So if you saw one, if you saw a pin action, okay, you can click on pin action. You'll open it, then you can play it. And if you like it, then you just say okay a couple of times, and then that sound is now attached to your alert window. Okay. And as I say, we've got three folders here. Here's some more. And then the last one. Okay. So we've got plenty of sound alerts to pick from, plenty of them. Okay. Now, as always, don't forget to save, not just you, Sandra, but anybody else listening, don't forget to save your work because every little thing that you do, putting a sound alert on an alert window, if you just exit Trade Ideas without saving, then, anything you've done will not be saved. So, saving your work, first of all, good practice to save. If you create a scan, excuse me, if you create a scan, then save the scan to the cloud. Okay. Now this is a doc window, but here's like an individual scan. My Halts resumes. Okay. Imagine if you created that one. So you right click and you save or share to cloud, save it. Now it's in the cloud. If you create a layout, save it to the cloud. When you exit trade ideas, and a simple way is if you file exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to save your layout? Yes or no. So typically, the way I trade is I rarely change anything in my layout from day to day. It's not like I've got one layout for the morning, one layout for mid morning, one for the afternoon. I have the same layout all day. Consequently, when I say file exit, save your layout, yes or no, I always say yes, because then when I load trade ideas, my layout comes right back. That did work. Okay, I'm glad to hear. Yeah, I don't know why that happened. Now, the other reason to save things to the cloud. Now, first of all, if you're part of this test drive, when the test drive is over, down the road, if you ever decide that you want to take out a subscription, and it might be, maybe you're going to take out a subscription when the test drive is over, there'll be a nice promo code, but maybe it'll be a month later, maybe it'll be a year later, maybe never. But I mean, if you ever do decide to take out a subscription, if you use the same email that you use for the test drive, then everything that you've done will be there. In other words, it's saved in our cloud. Okay. So another good reason to save things to the cloud. Another reason is two other main reasons. You can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. So I'm working on a desktop computer. I've got a laptop. I have a couple of tablets. So I can have, so if I want to see on my laptop, all I have to do is download the program, and then I just file load from cloud. Everything, I can load my layouts, I can load whatever I want as long as I've saved it to the cloud. Same thing on my tablet, of course. So that's why, save things to your cloud. You can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time, though. Okay. And of course, the other huge reason is that here I'm working on my desktop. I wake up tomorrow and my desktop doesn't work. Nothing works. It's just dead. And I have to get a new one. Real pain, but as long as I've saved everything to the cloud, I can bring everything back. Okay. So save things to the cloud. The other reason I save individual scans to the cloud is that, even though I may not be using a scan that I've got in the cloud right now, a month from now, 2 months from now, 3 months from now, I may take a look at a scan that I created 2 years ago. And I might say to myself, I wonder how it's doing. I wonder how it is doing right now. And I take a look at it. Maybe I run a history and think, that was actually giving some pretty good alerts. So maybe I incorporate it as part of my layout now. Maybe I get rid of another scan because I don't want to keep piling scan after scan after scan into my layout. So it's always a good idea to save things to the cloud. Does Holly typically pick strategic trades in the morning like today? Yeah, typically I would say, I mean, there's no official cutoff, okay, but rarely do we get things past 11. I mean, I see there's one here at 11, okay, but yeah, I would say that mainly it'll be from well, earliest is 9:35. Rarely do we get one in the afternoon. For the trading room, okay, so I think somebody's going to have to help me again, probably, but if you click on this gear here, and then somebody says detached chat, I think. Right there. So if you saw what I did, I clicked on the gear, okay, right beside Barry's homepage is right there. But there's a gear, so you click on it, and in between the palette and the sound icon, there is a detached chat. So that'll detach the chat for you. Okay. Great. some of it does weeks. I mean, my watch list that I create, I go through it every evening, and I'll either keep things on or get rid of some, add some. Some I add in the morning. Okay, based on what I've seen in the morning. So some stocks get added to my watch list in the morning. You're talking about my channel, right? But sometimes no. I mean, something could come out of all of a sudden start to move, and it's not on my watch list. That's so I may be watching that. I'm not necessarily watching my watch list all the time. Yeah, so I should get rid of the folder. You're talking about in this folder here? Okay. I haven't used this folder for so long. So here's how you load my scans, okay? Go to my home page. Okay, I just put my homepage link in. When you click on it, you click on my homepage link, and then you'll be brought to this page. Scroll down until you see the scans. Here are my scans. So there they are right here. Okay. And you know how to load things from the cloud, I'm assuming. I will just demonstrate that for people who don't know. Okay. Oops. Okay. So in order to load, say you wanted my pre-market actives up. Okay. You saw something here. Well, let's take a look at the biggest gainers from the. No, I would rather do the pre-market actives up. So there's a link there. You click on the link, and you'll see it'll go into a new tab. There's a new tab right there. Okay, and here it is right there. So all you do is you highlight it, just highlight it like I'm doing, and copy it. Control C. Now it's copied. Now if that worked correctly, what's supposed to happen next is if I click on File, Load from Cloud, and you see this box right there? It got filled in with that string. Okay, whoops. Okay, you see that string right there? It's the same as the one right there. And then you just load it. Okay, so here it is. There's my pre-market actives up. That's one of the ones I use in the pre-market. So the idea now is if you saw scans from that you liked from me, you could load them. Okay. Now you have to save the scan to the cloud, your cloud. What you've done is you've taken it from my cloud. Now it's on your screen, and now you'll save it to the cloud. File, save or share to cloud, save. Now it's in your cloud, from my cloud to yours. And then if you've got, maybe you've got a couple of my scans that you like. Maybe you've created a scan of your own. Maybe you've got some charts. You've got them all set up on your monitor. Then save that layout to the cloud. File, save or share to cloud. And I would click on entire and I give it a name. My first TI layout. Give it some kind of a name and then save it. Now it's in the cloud. Okay. You do it a few times and it becomes second nature. Okay. But it's really important that you save things to the cloud because if anything happens, well, it's in our cloud. It's always there for you. All right, guys. Usually I shut down around 3:30, so 3:20, 3:30. So, but I will stick around extra if there are questions. Good time to ask questions. And I will put the YouTube link, the test drive link in again. You can still sign up for the test drive. You can actually sign up for the test drive all the way to the end of this week. You will not get 10 days. You'll get whatever the balance is. So if you sign up right now, like right now, you'll get the balance of today plus 9 trading days. Okay. It will still cost $11.11. All right. And if you do click on it, this is what you're going to see. So as it says, June the 5th through the 20th, that's inclusive. So the balance of today and until and up to and including the 20th, it will cost $11.11. Just as if you're a premium subscriber, except no auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. We do not put you into a subscription. This is also open to our standard subscribers. If you want to take a look at our premium service, and the reason most people want to take a look at the premium service is to see what the AI is all about. Okay, and so we'll upgrade you. It still will cost the 1111, and when the test drive is over, we'll move you back down to into a standard subscription, unless you say no, leave me in premium. Okay. How can you create your own scans? Well, I mean, I'll show you how to create. I mean, I'll just show you, how what you would click from the toolbar and all that. But you should have. Give me a moment. So if you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, and this is what you'll see at the top here. So right here, the getting started. Okay, get started, and one of the sections is important intro to scans. Okay, and top lists scan and an alert window scan. So I would take a look at this. I'll quickly show you how you can start, but you should always, you have a reference here. You also have a reference. If you click here in the education section and then click on the user guide, and then again, alert windows and top list windows, how to create them, which is basically the scanning. This is okay. But if you wanted to create your own scan, say an alert window from an alert window, you would start off right here, new alert window. And then it's up to you, to create the scan, like, well, what filters you want, what price range you want, what minimum volume you want, all sorts of, it depends on what you're looking for. And you can create your scan right here. Okay, what I would first do though is all right, I would click on the start from scratch. Okay, and now you know, sorry, start from scratch and then I'm sorry, start from scratch, load the settings, and then say okay. And now you've got a blank window. Now you can put in whatever you want in terms of. And I wish I hadn't done that. There we go. Oops. Oh, that muddled things up. There we go. But you should really take a look at those three. I mean, introduction to scanning, and then the alerts and top lists from that home page, right at the very top. Okay. I mean, that's the whole basis of trade ideas. And again, you create a scan, save it to the cloud. Okay. As a test drive participant, you can save everything to the cloud. And if at some point in the future you decide you want to take out a subscription, it'll be there for you. As long as you use the same email address that you use to sign up for the test drive. Apple guys, yeah, Apple's doing not bad. Little pullback from the highs, but all-time high basically. Oh, what is their headset? It's supposed to be about $3,000. Look at AI. AI specifically, AI. Nice little break out of here. Maybe. I mean, there's the high of the day, 35.49 ish. Unity, that's Unity, right? You? Is it ever? Apple announces partnership with Unity for Vision Pro. That's what they're calling their that headset, right? Vision Pro, I think. Well, that'll do it. I mean, that's from Apple themselves, I'm assuming. Apple announces, so Apple's announcing the partnership, and that just got halted. You just got halted. Well, that'll be interesting to see where it opens. So this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue window you see here, it's nothing to do with trade ideas, but there's the halt, 35, 34.52. No real clue where this is going to open. It's basically the same. Sometimes you see a big increase, especially on the first halt. And this is a volatility halt. It's not a news halt. One of the scans I am sharing, the halts resume scanner. Okay, one of the scans I am sharing. I call this more information than I mean, it's a scan, I guess, but it's more information. You're talking about this? This is from Interactive Brokers, Stuart. Okay, just time and sales. If you have If you have interactive brokers, I mean, your broker, all brokers must have something like this, but this is just time and sales from interactive brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. So again, if you have interactive brokers, then you just do a search for time and sales. And if you don't have interactive brokers, your broker has to have something very similar. Okay, well, there you go, Stuart. Then all you have to do is just go to File. You can search for it or a new window. You just hover over a new window, and then that big it'll pop out, and then time and sales. And then again, it just pops up. And then I just click on time and sales. I see there's a time and sales multi-instrument. I've never used that one. I've just used the time and sales. All right, guys. Well, we're just about getting set to wind up day one of the test drive. And I would say that overall, the charts have performed very well. I've been one of the biggest critics of our charts in terms of speed and all that. But I would say that overall, our charts have performed quite well today, at least on my end. And you just opened. You just opened. Let's see what it opened at. Did it explode? Not really. So you got halted at what? You got halted at 34.52. So it actually, let's see if it takes out 34.52 again. Now, the other thing, it's through the 200-day moving average also. That's a big deal. And the next high looking left is 38. I mean, there's room. I mean, there is room, guys. Yes, there is room. Again, it spiked up with a partnership. Apple announced the partnership with you. So this was not them unilaterally suggesting that this was Apple actually. So I'm going to see if this takes out 34.52 again. I'm inclined to maybe take this trade. This is not a recommendation to do what I'm going to do. $3,500 US for that unit, the Apple unit. Oh, it's a pretty it's a pretty good endorsement, guys. I mean, seriously, an Apple executive said that the consumer electronic company will deeply support their tools. I mean, that's a solid endorsement. It's definitely not wishy-washy. Waiting to see if it can take out that initial halt price. Okay, guys. Yes, the dock layout June 20. Yes, that's the one I shared the link to this morning. Yes. It won't have the Brokerage Plus window. Come on. Come on. Take out 35. All right, guys. I have taken some off this right at that 35 mark. And again, it just has some room still up here to 36, or sorry, 38. Not saying it's getting there. This is a case where the news does matter, and I think the case that this is coming directly from Apple and with a pretty solid recommend not recommendation, but what's the word I want? What's the word I want? Endorsement. Oh, you gotta love it, guys. People ask, how do I play a halt? It's hard, but what I will do is you saw that you got halted at 34.52, okay? And look what it did. It came out of the halt and it didn't really move, and it actually dropped down to what, 33.85, and then it came right back up. If it takes out that halt price again, that is what will get me interested in taking it. Get in before the halt. Yeah, well, that's one thing too. But seriously, that's if you're not in before the halt, that is a way in which I will participate. Not all the time, but that's why I was trying to read it. That's why, gave us a big chance to read the news while it was halted. Okay, guys, 3:13. We're getting close to wrapping up the first day. I'll stick around if there's some questions. Don't be shy. Oh, boy. Well, again, fantasy level would be way up here at 3808, 3801 or so. That would be the fantasy level. 3803 is the next high looking left. So you've heard me say this all day. I have a very simple style of trading. If I like what I see, but I have to look left, and if I see room, it becomes a primo candidate. No, I didn't. Did I know it was going to do this? Of course not. Hmm. Guys, again, I don't see any questions, so I think I'm going to close it down. Great way to end excuse me, great way to end the day, man. Okay, guys, again, any questions? I'm going to shut down. If I don't see any questions in the next minute or so, I'll shut down. Are you asking what the news is? Oh, the news is this. We're not making it up. Trading higher after Apple announced a partnership with the company for Vision Pro. This is their new, I guess you put this on your head and it's your new new gadget, their new 3500 gadget that they're announced at their show today. Okay. Biggest product launch in nearly a decade. This has nothing to do with you. This is Apple. And this is what really got me. Remember, this was halted. Lots of time to look. An Apple executive said that the consumer electronics company, meaning Apple, will deeply support their tools. Okay, their tools, meaning unities. Everything else. I mean, I would read a headline like anybody else, but this kind of this really kind of got me super interested. I mean, others pointed it out before me for sure. But this is just a great, great end of considering I only traded twice today. That was it. This one and now this one and now this one. That makes sense. Another one and then this one. The big float too, 220. I mean, that's a big percentage move with that float. 220 million to go up 20%. That is a big and there might have been a little rumor right here. Maybe a rumor right here. You can see how Unity was starting to move a little higher here. But then look at this. Right before this announcement, it started dropping. So maybe people thought, oh, yeah, they're going to announce. Maybe they won't. Maybe they won't. Yes, they are. Okay, guys, that's a wrap for me. I don't see any questions, so I think I'll wrap this up. Thank you for all the help and for the test drivers. Come on in tomorrow. Don't get too frustrated if you think, man, I still don't understand what I'm doing. Don't worry about it. Come in tomorrow. You've got 9 days. Nobody's going to be an expert after 10 days with trade ideas. But remember, this room is like this Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and about 3:30, not just during the test drive. Okay, so I'll be shutting down now. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. And YouTubers, you're next.